Hello, namaste. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to chess.com India. This is me, your host, Soumya Swaminathan, with our favorite grandmaster, Harshit Raja, straight from USA. Actually, it's morning for him. So, good morning, Harshit.
Hi,
Uh,
Soumya.
what a lovely way to start a Sunday. We are going to be watching the Indian team fight for the top places in the FIDE World Team Chess Championship. Uh, Also, this year they have changed the format, and we have only 12 teams participating in two groups. So, very interesting format there by FIDE that they have decided to make it into a league tournament with six teams in each pool, and four out of six qualify for the quarters, and so on. Uh, what do you think of India's chances in this event, Harshit?
First of all, I'm very excited to be watching and commenting this World Teams Championship alongside you, Soumya. And I'm very excited for Indian team's chances as we have Nihal Sarin playing. Maybe we can quickly tell our viewers who all is playing from the Indian team, and whom will they be playing in the first round.
Definitely. So we have Vidit Gujrathi leading the Indian challenge. In fact, he's playing on top board. Then Nihal on board two. And then we have Sasikiran Krishnan, S L Narayanan, SP Sethuraman, and Abhijeet Gupta. So our commentator in CGC will be playing the World Team Championships. And in fact, today we are playing Israel in the first round. And they have decided to drop SL and Abhijeet for today's match. So we'll be seeing Vidit, Nihal, Setu, and Abhijeet Gupta in action.
Wow. And to remind everyone, we are actually playing in Israel this championship. So we will be playing against the home players, Soumya.
Definitely. Actually, they have a lot of support there by the local crowd. So we should really cheer for our team from here, Harshit. Sari chat, ekdam jaan laga dena, and let's cheer for our teams. Um, and interestingly, Boris Gelfand is not playing for Israel this time.
Mm.
So in their team, the players will be Maxim Rothstein, Tamir Nabati, both of whom extremely strong players. Nabati was, in fact, 2,700 a few months ago. Then Avital Borukovsky and Ori Kobo will be playing today. All of them very strong grandmasters, but their strongest player, Boris Gelfand, World Championship challenger, will not be playing the tournament. So we are definitely the favorites, but as we know, Harshit, this is a rapid format, very
Yeah.
important. Only 45 minutes game, not the usual classical format. Slightly longer than the usual rapid format, though. We usually get 25 minutes in a rapid game with 10 seconds increment, and here it's 45 plus 10. Um, Definitely a newer format for the players as well. They are not so used to playing this format.
Yeah. I think it's going to be like a neo-classical version of playing chess. It's a good mix of rapid as well as classical with players not having too much time to think for every move, but also probably not going to get into time trouble right from the opening. And here we see the format once again as Indian. There will be two pools of six teams like an IPL format, and the top four teams will be qualifying to the playoffs of each group, which will be a knockout. And as you mentioned, Samya, India is playing Israel. India is a big favorite in the first match, but कुछ भी हो सकता है. But we have Nihal in our team, Samya. So
Definitely. we have we have Nihal in our team, and also great team in general.
mhm.
Sorry, can't take that call. um, yeah, and I think we are definitely the favorites. पर जैसे कि rapid में कुछ भी हो सकता है. Also, we must mention that it's an over the board tournament, not the
Yeah.
usual online rapid tournaments that we are used to watching.
Mhm.
I think first time हमें ओवर द बोर्ड रैपिड टूर्नामेंट कवर कर रहे हैं इस चैनल पर.
हाँ, हमेशा we are only doing it online. All the players have been playing with
हाँ.
their mouse, but now we are actually going to see them make real moves over the board.
Yeah.
It's going to be very exciting, Samya. Um, I actually have, like, I'm just, and we also have the coverage. Actually, we saw a few seconds back, a few minutes back, the playing hall. And I saw one of the great players of this game, Ivanchuk, on the webcam there. So it's going, and here we see him, and he's playing against Vashir Lagrav. Soumya, what a match this is going to be.
Wow, this is amazing. It's so amazing to actually get the player camps in thanks to chess.com and FIDE's arrangement. And we actually will have kickoff anytime soon. The players are all set there. It's so great to get this view in, with the players all maybe anxious, maybe charged up, but
Yeah,
definitely completely focused.
yeah. I think it's going to be a very new feeling even for all the players to play this format over the board, since it has been a long time after which a rapid tournament with such high stakes has been played. And for the first match, we have um, um, Ukraine versus France, and what a huge match this is already for both the teams. Both teams being one of the contenders for the medals here, so it's going to be also interesting to keep an eye on this. In the meantime, Samay, I wanted to ask you if you had a chance to look at the amazing photo of Cristiano Ronaldo and Messi. I know you're a big fan and supporter of Cristiano.
I did, and I saw like another post which mentioned that it is the same position of Nakamura versus Carlsen from 2017, but they added one more rank above. So in that position, I think it was Vladimir Potkin's post on Instagram saying Nakamura versus Carlsen from 2017, which was a draw. But since even though Nakamura was a piece down, but he gave perpetuals, but since they added one more rank on the above the king, now it's actually winning for white. So
Uh,
very nice pick. I mean, it's amazing to see like such great players, Ronaldo and Messi, both of them. You are a huge Messi fan, and you guys used to not allow me to play football with you because I supported Ronaldo.
I don't think we should get into the argument of Ronaldo versus Messi too much in here, but somewhere we have the Indian webcam in front of us. We see Nihal, Vidit, and Sethuraman already on the board. We saw Abhijeet Gupta also walking by. What an amazing angle for us to follow, and it's so good to see all the Indian players in action.
Definitely, and also we get to see some pre-game rituals there with it completely focused. I've been observing some of his photos. He does this often, and now we are actually getting to see him apply all his Black Lotus meditations. Uh, he's on a 2-year streak. Yeah, if I'm accurate, I saw a tweet of his where he mentioned that he's on a 2-year streak of
Mhm.
meditating every day. So we see him in action here
Yeah.
against Maxime Roshin, Nihal there as well, and Setu and Abhijeet. Wow, this is such a nice feeling to actually get a clear camera angle here. And Gopakumar sir, he is the fair play. I think he's part of the fair play commission in the tournament,
Mhm.
and we get to see him as well. See, MS Gopakumar. He's actually a part of the Indian Air Force as well, and he's an
Mhm.
international arbiter. Um, Doing amazing things for India. He was the deputy arbiter for in the Olympiad as well.
Yeah, and somewhere we see Nihal on the second board with the black pieces playing against Tamir Nabati, also very experienced grandmaster from the Israeli team. And then we see Sethuraman with the white pieces on the third board, and then we have Abhijeet Gupta, our dear co-commentator, playing on the fourth board. Soumya, what are your predictions for this match?
Out for him, and he can apply what he has learned. see how the players are doing, what
Yeah,
form they are in. It's just the first round, but
yeah.
that's my guess. What about you, Harshit?
I have a feeling that the score is going to be 3-1 in the favor of the Indian team. I predict I predict Vidit and Abhijeet Gupta to win the first round and draws on the second and third board. But we'll just have to see, wait and see what's going to happen. The players are about to start their first match. I think we might just see the inaugural first move being played on one of the boards. Uh, we see Vidit maybe just quickly getting some refreshments or something before the round starts. Uh,
First round is always a lot of nerves, na Harshit, because you are not sure how which form you're in. Every tournament is a new one. You have
mhm.
prepared a lot before the tournament. You have some ideas, and you're not sure if you'll be able to apply them or not. Na? How do you feel before the first round?
Yeah, there are always these jitters before the first round, especially when playing over the board, because you don't know how good of a form you are in. You don't know how good of a form your opponent is. So I think that in the beginning, those players might take a few moves to, feel the pieces, get back in shape. पर एक बार थोड़े मूव्स होने के बाद सब में रैपिड फॉर्मेट में आई थिंक both players will be just very happy to be playing chess after a long time.
Yeah, definitely. Uh, Over the board rapid हमें ज्यादा देखने नहीं मिलती है, and I think the last over the board rapid official one was the World Team, no, sorry, World Rapid Championship, which
Mhm.
is held traditionally in December. In fact, it will be held in Kazakhstan this year. So, but team tournaments may rapid format is a rare thing. It was, I think, first introduced last year in the Women's World Team Championship, where India won a silver medal. The Indian women's team won a silver in the World Team Championship 2021 at Sitges. Huge achievement there. We saw some lovely photos of the Indian team hugging each other and
Yeah,
celebrating their first win at the world stage.
yeah.
Um, so,
And Samya, our
yes,
captain of the Indian team is going to be Vaibhav Suri. We see him there on the straight right, maybe talking, having a few words with Abhijeet there before the round, making sure that all the players are feeling comfortable. So the Indian team is going to be led by Grandmaster Vaibhav Suri.
yeah, Vaibhav with some experience there actually of being a coach of a very strong Indian side. He was the coach of the India A team in the Olympiad, even though
Yeah,
this is the first time he'll be a captain as well. Captain का ड्यूटी थोड़ा कोच से भी ज्यादा होता है, क्योंकि उन्हें बहुत सारे डिसीजंस भी लेने पड़ते हैं टीम के लिए. कोई प्लेयर हार जाए तो उनके साथ थोड़ा टॉक एंड कॉन्वर्जेशन करना पड़ता है, बूस्ट उनका मोरल बूस्ट करने के लिए, और जो अच्छा कर रहे हैं उन्हें भी पॉइंटर्स. There are so many roles that a captain plays,
yeah.
not just that of a coach. So first experience there for Vaibhav.
Yeah, Vaibhav is definitely going to be trying to play the role of MSD for the Indian team. Soumya, will you be playing in the World Rapid Blitz that's going to be held in Kazakhstan?
Unfortunately, there is a conflict of scheduling,
Hmm.
and we have our women's national championship at exactly the same time. So I
Oh,
decided
I
to
see.
prioritize the national championships this year.
Hmm.
But in
Will be
fact, I've
exciting to
never
see.
played the World Rapid. Harshit, I've never played it,
Wow.
and
Soumya,
I
all the players and all the fans will be very excited to see you in play. So maybe, you should uh, at some point play the World Rapid Blitz and let us see you in action.
definitely, Harshit. Thank you. I will try to make it next year. You seem to be very excited. So, are you playing in World Rapid
I'm
Play?
trying to play.
You're trying.
The criteria is 25-50, but I'm trying to get an invitation for that event. It would be great to go there and play with all of the best players in the world. Should be exciting. it's this format, however, Samya, is going to be a little bit longer. As we mentioned, 45 minutes for each side with 10 seconds of increment. So slightly slower time control so that players have a little more time to think, and the game quality will definitely be higher. Um, I think that our Indian team looks very, very confident. So I'm looking at their videos.
Yeah, definitely. And with some coffee and hot water there, I guess someone in the chat had sent him a telepathic message actually from the chat कि with चाय या कॉफी पी लो please meditation के बाद, तो उन्होंने आपकी बात सुन ली है chat. And also it's very nice to see so many photographers there.
Yeah,
uh, I get a sense that there is a big interest now, and in general, there is a big interest in chess. Like we see, we see it pop up in so many unexpected places. Yesterday, I was traveling by train and I saw one of my co-passengers play chess on chess.com on his phone. I didn't, I didn't say anything, but I was overjoyed.
yeah. Chess has been booming, Soumya, and it's all thanks to all of these big mega companies, chess.com, chess24, chessbase India, who have been promoting chess, promoting chess in such a good way, organizing events, and helping all of our budding chess players uh, to be able to play in events with high stakes.
Definitely, it's been a community effort. I would say everyone has done their bit, and now chess is the cool thing. It's and the best part, Harshit. Yesterday, I attended a family wedding. For
Yeah.
me, the best part is my 7-year-old nephew actually got a chessboard to the wedding and wanted,
Wow.
and his mama was getting married, but here he was wanting to play chess with me, and we played a game in the wedding. It is lovely how much of an impact chess has had in the last 2 years, how much it has grown, and kids are so excited now to play chess, and like the whole chess boom is so real. We get to see it firsthand.
Yep. As you said, Soumya, all these new kids have been really catching up with chess as they used to play cricket a few years back. Chess is becoming the cricket of India going forward. Um, do we know exactly what time will the games be starting, Soumya?
I think usually before the first round, there are always some technical things to be fixed, but the players are all of them are on the board. Yes, we
Oh,
see
and
some of them.
we have kickoff already in the first match. Let's quickly
Okay.
maybe go into one of the games.
Yeah, Vidit has played d4 here. We have it on the board.
Yep, D4
Yes,
played by Vidit. Uh, we see, in the
against
first round always there are organizers, VIPs, orbiters, you know, being around, making sure everything is going good. And Sethuraman has started his game with the white pieces against Boruchevsky, and it is the Royal Opus opening so far, knight f6, and he goes for d3, not allowing the open Spanish, trying to play a long game somewhere.
definitely d3. In fact, it's become one of the main lines in the past 1 decade, popularized by many players, especially Swidler and Krishchuk. And of course, now almost everyone has played d3 at some point in their life. b5, bishop b3 on the board. Here black has a few options. Let's just have a look at how our other boards are doing. Abhijeet Gupta is facing the queen d4 Sicilian. So his opponent opened with e4, c5, knight f3, d6, d4, cd4. And here we usually see white taking with the knight. But in this game, Kobo Ori from Israel has decided to go for queen d4, knight c6, bishop b5, bishop d7.
Yeah, being a proponent of Natchdog, myself and Soumya, you being playing the classical, we've faced this countless times, this queen d4 move, while trying to play some sidelines to get us out of our comfort zone and get a new position. Queen d3, g6 played, and I personally am someone who likes to play this position a lot with the black pieces. Uh, Bishop g7, knight f6, castles, and something like this will be black's idea. Whereas white will maybe try to go knight c3, bishop g5, and try to develop his pieces quickly like this. Um, Interesting opening choice by Kobo. Let's see if both players are well versed with this opening theory.
And we also have Nihal's game against Tamir Nabati here. Nihal playing again with the black pieces. Nabati, very aggressive player, but he also sometimes goes for these quiet lines. He has played d4, d5, bishop f4, London system against a player who loves playing the London himself from white. Uh, Bishop f4, c5, e3 on the board, c into d4, ed4, knight c6, and bishop b5. This is the live position in Nihal's game.
And it seems like it has transposed into some sort of a Karo Khan. It really reminds me of this e4, c6, d4, d5, ed5, cd5, c3 variation, Samya.
So quickly show what Harshit means. e4, c6, d4, d5, ed5, cd5, c3. And what you mean to say is the structure is the same, right? Because
Yeah. And actually, we could get the same position from here too, maybe, right? If we go bishop f4,
for example, here bishop f4,
knight
knight
c6,
c6,
and bishop
and
b5.
bishop b5 would lead to the exact same position as we have on the board, even though
Yeah.
white started with e4 in the line Harshit suggested. So basically structures same है. यहाँ पे भी जो ये live position आई है, E and C pawn exchange हो जाते हैं, तो and we get the same position. For our chat, queen a5 check here would be a nice tactic, winning the bishop, attacking the king and the bishop at the same time. But white has knight c3, and you defend the bishop and block the check. Which game do you think we can focus on? I think we can focus on Vidit because they are playing really fast, Harshit.
Yeah, yeah, and we have this Slav defense played by Rothstein, and it seems like after knight f3 d5 knight c3 he chose to go for the Sicilian Meran, and Vidit went for the Botvinnik variation in bishop g5 knight d7. We've also seen Nihal play this. I think Sam Shanklin recommended this in his Chessable course. Um, DC4, as you mentioned here, point out is the main line. H6 is the other second main line. Knight D7 also very solid, Samya, but I think Vidit loves these kind of positions.
Definitely. So DC4 actually would be the Botvinnik variation, which Harshit mentioned, and H6 is known as the Moscow variation, but Bishop Knight B7, the quieter one of all the three systems, the Cambridge Springs variation, but this is more of a positional setup, and with it, as we know, loves to play positional chess. But it also shows his intention, Harshit, he is ready to go into these crazy lines after DC4. It leads to a lot of crazy positions, white sacks a pawn. Also, after H6, white can go back bishop g5 and dc e4 g5. Again, white has sacked the pawn on c4 and for a lot of activity and attack in the center. So it shows with its intention to consciously change his style and go for some aggressive setups.
Yeah, Vidit has been very versatile. Recently playing very very high class chess, and wanting to play some exciting dynamic chess here with the white pieces, sacrificing a pawn because after knight c3, bc3, queen a2, white gets very good compensation for it in terms of initiative. He will quickly try to castle and launch some sort of a break with e4, e5 or e4, d5. White black's queen is also misplaced, can get trapped. King is also underdeveloped. So very good compensation for the white pieces for the sacrifice pawn. And has Rothstein gone for this?
Yes, Rothstein is going for this. He has taken on c3, so he'll definitely take on a2 as
I
well. We
think
can
he has gone
bishop
bishop
a3.
to a3. Yeah.
All right, bishop a3 followed by c2 on the board.
Mhm.
Um, and so basically, black also wants to castle quickly, I guess.
Yeah, Black wants to castle quickly and develop his knight on d7 so that the bishop on c8 can get some space to breathe. Um, and guys, this is a team event. So four of the players are playing from the Indian team against four of the players from the Israeli team. And the first team to reach 2.5 points will clinch the match. So this is the format that we have. And India is playing against the Israeli team in the first round, Soumya. Seems like a very nice position for Vidit in the first round.
Definitely. And this, I think this line was discussed in a very nice game between by Carlson. Actually, Carlson loves to play this with white, and I remember two of his nice games. One was against Mamedov, and very clinical win there, lots of prophylaxis, and one against Anish Giri, where he actually sacrificed a pawn on e3 and went for an attack later in the middle game. But this game is going in a slightly different direction with b6 on the board, bishop e2 and bishop a6. So black trying to exchange a lot of pieces there, and black, we must remind, we must point chat's attention that black is lacking space. So ब्लैक के लिए अच्छा होगा अगर वो ज्यादा से ज्यादा पीसेस एक्सचेंज करे, ताकि उनके जो पीसेस है बचे हैं बोर्ड पे उन्हें ज्यादा स्क्वायर्स मिल सके. अदरवाइज द बिशप ऑन c8, which we discussed a few moves earlier, it was crying out for more space. बेचारा उसके नाइट और पॉन के पीछे अटक गया था. बट
Exactly. So, as you mentioned, कि black के पास space नहीं थी, and whenever you are cramped and have less space, it is a very good idea to trade some pieces. And Rothstein doing just that, exchanging a few pieces. White still has a small long-term advantage because um, I think that the knight on d7 will still have some problems to get out. Maybe somewhere we can quickly also have a look at all the other games as the games are very quickly heating up. Um,
so Nihal on board 2. This is India on board 2. I think it was Hussein in the chat who asked about how team games are played. So each of our players play on separate boards. उनके results separately count होते हैं. So let's say Nihal wins in this game, so it will be counted as one win for India. And together उनके जो total points होंगे, that will be India's score. So let's say Nihal ये game जीत जाते हैं, Vidit makes a draw, Setu draws, and Abhijeet Gupta also makes a draw. Then the total points of the Indian team will be 2.5. And opponents' points, because they have drawn 3 games and lost one game on Nihal's board, it will be 1.5. So any score about 2-2 is enough for a win.
yeah. And we see queen a5 check, knight c3 played, bishop to g4. So we've already kind of seen a very tense opening with a lot of tactical ideas already. Bishop f3, queen f3. Maybe we will just see something like e6 followed by bishop to b4, putting pressure on this c3 knight. Soumya, I like this position already for black. a3, bishop b4 is still possible. Did uh, Nabati underestimate this move?
But he has not played it. He played rook c8 here, Harshit. He did not go for bishop b4.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder why. Maybe he just wants to, because bishop c6 is always a check, so maybe we can castle And bishop c3, we at least have bishop into c6.
Yeah.
Is that?
Maybe he thought that white gets his own counterplay with the open B line, but he chose rook c8. Also seems very, very solid, because after a6, he wants to recapture with the rook and tell white that his pawn on c2 is backward, and he's going to put pressure on that. And somewhere we've seen Nihal, उसको फर्क नहीं पड़ता है white हो या black हो, he is going to play for a win if he gets the chance to. So I think that he should be very happy with the outcome of this opening. I still have a feeling that bishop b4 might have been very tricky and interesting, but I think it's just because of playing styles that I prefer that move a little bit more.
Bishop
But
b4,
I
very
think,
nice suggestion there. Definitely, Harshit, trying to spoil white's black pawn structure after bishop c3. I
but
like your suggestion very much.
I think one of the problems with that move was somewhere bishop b4, let's say short castles, um, and bishop c3, as you mentioned, bishop c6, bc6, and now white could go queen c3, or he could even go bc3, and queen c3, queen c3, basically opening up the b line for the rook. Bishop d6 coming in. The b8 square is covered, which is very crucial in all of these lines, because white will have total control over the b line and can enter on the 7th rank with the rook. He chose rook c8, Soumya. Nihal not going to allow any of this. Um,
Yeah,
times are pretty much level. Decent opening for Nihal. Maybe we can jump on the third game.
definitely. So Setu playing here against Borikowski. And can we flip the board? Yeah, let's flip the board. E4. So we saw the game till here. We saw that Setu went for a closed Royal Opus system. B3, B5, bishop B3 on the board, bishop E7, castle, bishop B7, and A4, castle, and knight C3. This is one way to play with the knight coming to D5 after B4.
Yeah.
So
And we've transposed to the kind of more common and known position of this anti-Berlin of some sort. And after knight a5, very interesting move, bishop d5, to ask black ki bhai c6 tujhe commit karna hai ya nahi. And after committing c6, maybe he will go back on a2, and the knight on a5 will be kind of stranded on an island alone. The pawn on e5 is also hanging. So very interesting opening choice by Sethu.
definitely. And bishop D5, an unusual move to play. But yeah, black was forced to play C6. Because let's say black takes on D5, we can also take with the knight, or yeah, we could take with the knight. And now I mean, this it's a very interesting decision actually. After, because if you take with the knight, I
Yep.
cannot take it with the pawn, right? You can just play b4, and
Yeah.
then you take my d5 pawn.
Yeah.
So in
I
fact, white
think,
is forced to take knight d5, and he has voluntarily given up his light squared bishop, which is one of white's prides in Royal Opus, uh, to basically create some problems against material problems, maybe.
yeah, I think, as you mentioned, that the knight on d5 is going to be very strong here. And even after something like ab5, rook 8, bishop a8, um, something like c3, queen b3, some ideas like this maybe could be actually 97,
So
95.
actually,
We can
yeah,
just get it on.
yeah,
So bishop
exactly.
a8 had to be played instead of queen 8. Um,
Oh, sorry, yeah, queen 8 is not at all necessary. We can
yeah,
simply take
bishop a8.
bishop a8.
And now maybe we could see something like c3, queen b3 ideas being played, bishop d2, queen e2 also possible. Very solid still for both sides, but maybe white trying for a small edge and play a long game.
So actually, in fact, black did not go for that and played c6 instead, which you had also mentioned, c6, bishop a2, and b4. So right now his knight is awkward, but he can always get c5 in later and make
Yeah,
space for his knight to go back. So b4, knight e2, queen c7, knight g3, and black got d5 as well. Usually this is really great for black if black manages to get d5 in the Roy Lopez or the Italian. Bishop g5 in. Setu is a huge opening expert, Harshit.
Yeah.
So, but here he is 4 minutes behind his opponent. Do you think his opponent has managed to out prepare him?
I don't think that in this position the opening preparations matter so much, Soumya, because it is a position where the player with superior understanding of the position is going to be able to outplay his opponent in this kind of a slow Italian Royal pace pawn structure. And as you mentioned, Black has gotten this d5 break, but on the other hand, what does that pawn push do? Because if you ever take on e4, it's going to open up my bishop on a2, and if you don't take, then it keeps the center on the board. Maybe white can go rook e1, putting more pressure on the e5 pawn. Knight f5 is now also coming in. The only very strong idea black usually has in these kind of positions is this pawn push and pawn sacrifice. Maybe our chat can find it. It's actually at least yet none of the moves that you mentioned. So maybe if we can see, anyone can see it from the chat, what kind of pawn sacrifice I'm trying to mention from the black side.
Very nice question there, Harshit. And let's see, chat. कि आपको Harshit has given a hint. It is a pawn sacrifice. तो आपको क्या लगता है? आप क्या खेलोगे इस position में? Very very nice point there.
Yep, trying to blunt the bishop on a2. Don't see anyone finding it
Don't see
yet.
any answers, so maybe we can give them some time. And yeah, Sridatta there with the move, Harshit. I think he
Wow.
got the hint. And Scooby Doo as well, Sanket Joshi, Chirag Shah,
Yeah,
all of
well done, guys.
fantastic. B3 here would be a nice move to play with bishop b3, knight b3, pawn into b3. White is a pawn up, but white has had to give up his light square bishop, and black has a lot of compensation in terms of the squares and also pawn structure. Is that what you wanted, Harshit, as black?
Yeah, this is exactly what I wanted to get this light squared bishop, and in maybe not in this exact position, but a general idea for black, so that now the d3 pawn is weak, and if the bishop on b7 ever opens up, black is going to have fantastic compensation. Yeah, definitely something which black is going to have in his mind. But Sethuraman now very comfortable with his knight jumping into f5. Pawn on e5 also seems a little loose. This looks very, very good for white right now. So can't really push b3 immediately, but definitely something both players will have in their mind. Bishop g5. So, man, we see Borachowski, kind of thinking here, not exactly maybe knowing what's the right path. Seems like a nice move here. Bishop g5, kind of maintaining the pressure in the center. I like it so far, Soumya. What are your thoughts on this position before we jump on the next one?
Definitely, Borokowski, as you like, I think he is thinking about b3. That's one move. Actually, black has so many options here, and none of them are so great, you
Mhm.
know. So he's probably trying to make something work. Like he might try to make b3 work. He could also play a move like h6, just asking the bishop, where he's planning to go. He might even be thinking, can he allow something like h6, bishop h5, because this doesn't seem to be much for white. You can simply move your knight away at least. Nothing at all is happening because the queen is not pinned anymore, which is the usual case in such
Mhm.
positions. So white will be forced to actually take on f6 or go back.
Mhm.
So this is one who I'll definitely consider as black. So I think um, black has a few options to think about, and he is thinking. So maybe we can quickly go and see how Abhijeet is doing against Kobo Ori. We left the position somewhere around here
Yep.
after having shown some ideas for black and white as well. Then castle happened, bishop g7, c4 in. So black will try to control central squares and prevent black from white will prevent black from taking any kinds of break in the center. Knight f6, knight c3 in, castle h3, a6, bishop into c6, bishop c6, and knight d4, rook c8. So far, so good for both sides. It's just that obviously white has a little more space than black. So that
Yep.
is what white is playing for. Black on the other side, on the other hand, right now has a pair of bishops. So
Yeah. I think it's the structure is kind of known as the Maroczy-bind structure, with white having pawns on e4 and c4 in the Sicilian position. Black goes knight to d7, rerouting his knight to c5 or e5. And usually, Soumya, what black wants in this position is this pawn break b7 to b5, challenging the Maroczy-bind pawn structure and trying to kind of open up the position a little bit, because we know it from a very long time that bishop pair hota hai to position kholna hai.
Definitely, Harshit. And another idea is actually to take the d5 break as well. So sometimes black goes e6 and d5. Or is game में Abhijit has gone for a similar idea with rook a7, knight c5, queen c2, and knight e6. So after white took knight e6, fe6, he wants to play d5 now with his e pawn still on e7, and the अभी f file भी खुल चुकी है black के लिए. Not sure how good an idea this is, but a new approach.
Yeah, I think that in these kind of positions, maybe black actually never wants to go d5, and just keep the pawn on e6 and maybe push the pawn to e5 and go for this b5 break, because after you go d5, and white ever manages to exchange the dark square bishops, it seems, at least to my human eye, that the dark squares are going to be very, very weak. But on the other hand, you are also going to open up your bishops. So some pros and cons for the d5 move. But I am someone who would usually try to go for the b5 break.
Fair enough, Harshit. Also, I'm a little surprised that Bhijit has allowed this double pawns, but I'm also curious how he's handling it. So let's go ahead a few moves. Knight e2, queen a5, knight d4. Abhi e6 is attacked, or a move like queen e5 looks so awkward to play because f4 will be met with queen e4. But then the queen on e5 is just feels very misplaced, you know. So you don't want to really make such moves. So bishop d7 back, and you are actually threatening b5 now as something which you've been wanting to get in. So white goes out of the pin. He goes queen b3, and after b5, in fact, white can simply take because knight e6 will be attacked because of the queen's
Yeah.
support. And black is thinking. यहाँ
Yeah.
पे बैठ के bishop d4 is something that might come into our chat's mind क्योंकि opposite color bishops है and you know there are drawing chances, पर ये middle game है, queens are still on the board, and usually middle games में जब opposite color bishops, black has taken bishop d4. Oh my God.
Wow.
What?
That's a big decision.
Yeah, you know, I was trying to explain कि ये शायद इतनी अच्छी मूव नहीं है क्योंकि यूजुअली ऑपोजिट कलर बिशप्स में जब मिडिल गेम चल रही होती है तो the side attacking is at an advantage because black has one less piece to defend. You know, white will have, let's say, an attack, like be able to control all these dark squares now. Black's king is clearly weaker than white's. So it's very surprising, but queen a4 a concrete move by
Yeah.
Abhijit.
I think his idea is queen a4 and then quickly get this move e6 to e5, Soumya, just trying to force matters take. And after the bishop goes back, maybe he thinks that his king is relatively safe, and the c4 pawn will also be under pressure if you ever try to move your queen away. So I think an interesting choice. But look at the clock, Soumya. 44 minutes for Ori Kobo, and down to his last 25 minutes, Abhijeet Gupta. Seems like Ori Kobo is very comfortable in this opening.
Definitely. And I mean, unless black has something very concrete, I like your suggestion very much, Harshit, of going e5. So if that works, it's fine. Otherwise, cause of concern for black. Yeah, very surprising. But does white have a choice here to maintain his queens? क्योंकि अगर white exchange कर लेंगे queens, then black has nothing much to worry about. I would
Yeah.
say कि ये end game है, and end games में, as we know, opposite colors, bishops are a give very good chances to make a draw. So queen
Mhm.
a4, and something like queen g3. You did point out that after e5, the c4 pawn will become very, very vulnerable and can be taken, in fact, on
Yeah.
the next move, or maybe queen a2 even is possible.
Yeah.
So queen d3 is more likely, I would say, after queen a4.
Yeah, queen a4, queen d3. Maybe white wants to get in something like e5, c5, just to put more pressure on. Maybe something like c5, just in general, could be an idea for black. So maybe here we could say somewhere on the fourth board that in general, white's position is a little better. Black is on the back foot. Quickly, maybe we could see Vidit's game, because we have a lot of moves in that game.
Definitely. So with it, प्लेइंग अगेंस्ट रॉचटेन, रुकी टू पर हमने पोजीशन छोड़ी थी. रुकी टू के बाद कासल किया ब्लैक ने. e4,
Mhm.
white's plan is to expand on the king side. e4 in, rook f8, e5 as well. You want to go knight d2, knight e4 maybe. Queen
Yeah,
c3, pawn sack there by Vidit.
yeah,
He could have played rook c2 here and take back the c6 pawn, but he goes for rook e3. He wants to simply go for an attack. Rook e3, queen a5, knight d2. Not now, knight c4 is the threat because queen and bishop both will be attacked. So bishop e7, exchanging pieces and reducing white's attackers. And it's white to move.
yeah. I like this position a lot for white. On the other hand, black is a pawn up, so white would definitely want to make use of this initiative that he has for the sacrifice pawn, because if black is able to stabilize Soumya, he is a pawn up, and also the d4 pawn is weak, so white has to be very precise with his initiative here. And we can also see Rothstein has 11 minutes more on the clock. So it's going to be interesting to see how Vidit manages to use this initiative, Soumya.
Definitely, but I think it's a very brave attempt by Vidit to go with this attitude. He's going for a he's in chess can be played with many attitudes. You keep the position solid, you play for small advantages. In this game, it's clear that Vidit is playing for an attack. He has sacrificed a pawn. Even in the opening, he had actually sacrificed a2, which black did not take. So I think white is not going to care about material so much in this game. He's going to stick to his attitude, and probably won't exchange as well, because exchanging pieces um, doesn't seem like the right decision here. Uh, I would definitely prefer to go bishop f4. Do you think a move like that works, Harshit? And go rook g3 and queen g4.
Yeah, makes some sense, Soumya. But on the other hand, if you keep this bishop on e7, it gives black one more defender. And I think, as you know, I've seen in one of the videos of Gary, a very nice video where he played against Karpov. He says, uh, it's like trading a pair of like pairing a pair of attacker and defender, and the less number of defenders there are, in terms of attackers, it's definitely going to help white. And also the dark squares on d6, and also the pawn on g7 is going to be a little more loose after the bishop on e7 is traded. तो क्या मार दो e7 के बिशप को, फिर बाद में सोचेंगे.
ठीक है, bishop e7, rook e7 and rook g3 maybe, yeah, and queen g4 and knight e4. These are natural moves to make, but is it enough is a question we'll get an answer to only after the game.
आगे आगे देखो होता है क्या.
जानने के लिए हमारे साथ बने रहे. Rodstein अभी I think Vidit is taking his time here, so let's leave him with his thoughts and go to Nihal's game. जहाँ पे रुक c8 के बाद white went short castle, bishop e7, bishop e3, queen b6, bishop d3 on the board, short castle, normal position, and here white goes knight e2. Queen b2 would be a mistake because rook f b1 के बाद हमारी queen doesn't have any squares to go to and would be trapped. And that's why rook f8 on the board, just normal position, b3. And here Nihal made a very interesting decision. Already queen b6 was surprising to me. I mean, queen a5 पे मुझे ठीक ही लग रही थी. पर यहाँ पे हर्षित, after b3, Nihal went queen d8.
Wow.
So his queen was on a5. He first goes to b6 and then to d8 voluntarily, back to pavilion.
Back to the pavilion somewhere. Maybe he wants to go for this e6 to e5 pawn break.
And get out of the pin.
Out of the pin. And after d5, knight e5, take this bishop on d3. And now that he has committed this pawn to a3, Soumya, it's going to be difficult for the rook on a1 to come into the picture because the a3 pawn will be free and the c2 pawn is also weak. So a very, very nuancical move order by Nihal to plan this pawn break e6 to e5.
Yeah, nice, very nice point there, Harshit. After b3, the a3 square, a3 pawn is a little vulnerable, so it's not easy to move your rook. And if you play a4, then you give up the b4 square for the knight and c2 becomes weak. So Nihal actually waited for white to play b3 and queen d8, rook f d1 on the board. अभी अगर हम e5 खेलेंगे तो हमारा d5 pawn थोड़ा weak हो जाएगा. That's the reason he has got his rook to d5. Also, it's always good to place the rook in front of the queen.
And Samir, do you go for the pawn break e6 to e5 here? Or do you think that black will still be a little more conservative, make some waiting move and ask white what his plan is? Because this move rook f d1 seems to be played against this pawn break e6 to e5.
Yeah, I mean, if we could wait, then it would be good. But then what are some good waiting moves to make here is also a question, because white also has his ideas, no, with c4 coming in. So it's a question whether we should wait or not. Like bishop d6, queen e7 is a way to wait, but then black plays bishop g5.
I think x6 is usually the waiting move, which is more natural, maybe to stop bishop g5 and all of these ideas. But I think we might actually consider e5. Let's see what's happening. Oh, he goes for a6. Very nice waiting move. Maybe just like, saying that maybe I want to go b5, maybe I don't want to go b5. But tujhe kya karna hai? What do you want to do? And asking white the tough question here, Nihal. Soumya seems very solid here with the black pieces.
Yeah, and actually c4 is not possible immediately because of knight a5, and we attack b3 as well as c4 on this at the same time. So c4 might not be a good move for black, and we are actually threatening b5, preventing c4. So Nihal playing very prophylactically there, not And actually हमने CGC में भी देखा कि Nihal likes to play all these non-committal moves, slowly improve his position, and
Mhm.
following the same strategy. Let's quickly move on to Setu's game on the third board. We have
Wow.
Setu
This
playing
was the
white.
game I was very curious about.
And yeah, here we were looking at so many options for black. We considered b3, we considered h6, and we also considered the move played on in the game d into e4, d into
Mhm.
e4. And now the white bishop has been opened up because the d5 block pawn over blocks it. So black has gone for c5 with the idea to play c4 and blocking this bishop permanently.
Mhm.
And Setu has gone into a long think, because c4 coming in, how do we deal with this?
Yeah, the c4 move is going to be hard to deal with. One idea which comes to my mind is to take this knight on f6 and put our bishop on d5, Soumya. Um, just so that we don't get locked up with this pawn push c5 to c4. But again, here after rook a d8, it seems like this pin on the D line is going to make White's life difficult. Knight to c4 followed by knight to b6 is an idea that could be very dangerous here for the white pieces to deal with. So not an easy decision at all, Soumya. What do you think you would play here with the white pieces?
Actually, I was looking at knight f5, but Setu has gone for queen e1 after a rather long think. He's allowing white to play c4. Uh, does he have something? Yeah, he had bishop f6 in mind against it. I get it now. So c4 will be met by bishop f6. You cannot take bishop f6 because b4 pawn hangs. And if you take gf, then you compromise your kingside structure forever. And this
Yeah.
knight on f5 will be a monster, and your king will have so many problems. So c4 prevented there
Yeah,
for now.
Setu being very tricky, avoiding this c4 trick, as you mentioned, by a forcing line bishop takes f6. Very interesting move, but I honestly think that this idea of d4, d4, c5 was a very nice idea, trying to pose problems for the white pieces with this c4 idea coming in, the bishop on b7 also looking very, very strong there. Um, I
Oh,
think,
yeah.
yeah,
Oh, yeah. The bishop also opened up after he pushed c5. We did not, yeah, that's another thing. It's amazing how small pawn moves completely change the nature of the position.
yeah,
Like, and suddenly the knight on e5 is also okay. I mean, he can come back knight c6, knight d4 as well. So many
yeah,
new possibilities have been created by just one move.
yeah. And I think that we could say that this game is around even right now, with all three results being possible. Um, let's go quickly to our last game, which we left at, where we thought that Abhijit is a little worse. And what has changed?
Can you believe what white played here, Harshit? He played queen into a4, a move which
Wow.
we thought white should not play because we
Yeah.
thought black would be completely fine in the end game. But he
Mhm.
probably got into he couldn't make queen d3 work tactically. I don't see any other reason why he would go for queen a4. Maybe he doesn't like queen d3, e5, bishop e3 and bishop e6, and now it's not easy to protect both of these pawns at the same time.
Mhm.
um, b3 is actually possible here because after queen a2, rook a1, queen b2, rook b1, the queen gets trapped.
Yeah.
So it's surprising that uh, white decided to take on a4 instead of
It's a team
preserving.
event, Soumya. So I think that has a lot to do with the decision making. You are only playing for two results, cutting down the risk totally. Um, and
Yeah.
Soumya, seems like White is going to be playing for two results. So this match seems very balanced so far, with all the four boards. And guys, is there any match, any other game that you want to have a look at? Then we can maybe put our camera quickly on that board. We know there's an exciting Ukraine versus France match. Is there any other exciting player or match that you want to follow?
Oh, yeah, that's a great suggestion. Actually, do you want to quickly look at how Ivanchuk is doing against MVL, Harshit?
Yeah, that is an exciting game somewhere.
Yeah, maybe we can just have a quick look at how Ivanchuk playing black against MVL and down to 21 minutes. Uh, we got this position from a Spanish opening.
Yeah.
There we have Ivanchuk on the screen in deep think, and we have the game as well. So again, this game also they played the closed Spanish
Mm-hmm.
with bishop a4, knight f6, castle, bishop e7, d3,
Mm-hmm.
d6, c3, castle, knight bd2, knight d7, bishop c2, knight b6, b4. Expanding on the queen side, f5. Wow, f5 there.
Very, very creative play.
Definitely. And now the rook has, I mean, this looks so great for black, but I'm wondering what does white have in return? H3, bishop h5, rook e1. I guess the knight on b6 is not very well placed. Maybe that is the that is the answer to white's black's open file.
Yeah, and many of the times, somewhere, you feel like there is a big attack coming, but in reality, not really much is happening. A very important line here actually sometimes could be white goes bishop to b3 and then puts his bishop on e6 sometimes, just to be able to exchange this bishop sometimes with bishop g4. Maybe could be an idea in the worst case for white to get rid of this pressure on the h5 d1 diagonal, but I think white usually tries to create some counterplay on the queen side of himself, because the knight on d2 currently is doing a great job. Even bishop to d3 is another idea, so that we can go queen to b3 check and remove the pin like this. Um it's going to be very interesting to see what Ivanchuk does. Soumya, what a creative and imaginative player Ivanchuk is.
Definitely. And as since we are talking about Ivanchuk and he's in deep thought, I won't be surprised if he's thinking of a move like g5, g4 here, using the h pawn as a hook and
Yeah,
opening up more files against white's king. It's true that black's king will also get exposed, but right now it's black who can take advantage of the open f and g files. So this is also something that totally comes to mind.
yeah. Going to be a very, very close match. Um, yeah,
Chat also wanted to look at Shak versus Nodirbek. So maybe we can quickly look at that. But I don't think, yeah, we have Shariar's board? Um, yeah, we do have it here. That's Mamedov versus Nodirbek on the
yeah.
screen.
And Mehmetyarov seems to have gotten a much better position now, because you cannot take with the rook somewhere because the knight on d7 is hanging, and if you take with the bishop, the pawn on e4 is hanging. Um,
Wow.
so
So
seems like
Mamedov is winning kya ye game after
seems
bishop
like
e
it.
maybe
Just
rook e4 and just a pawn. No, pawns are equal, but the structure is terrible.
Yeah, and the bishop pair is a huge advantage in these kind of positions. Also, the c6 and a7 pawn are very, very weak. F7, g6, h5 pawns also mean that once the bishop comes on the a1, h8 diagonal, white is going to have some mating ideas, Soumya. So seems like Mehmetyarov is much, much better here.
Wow, superb. So we can count for at least one win in for Azerbaijan against the Uzbekistan team. Azerbaijan, one of the favorites to actually win this tournament alongside India and some other teams, other strong teams. very, very strong lineup there. First board, Mamedov. Second board, Temur Rajabov. Let's quickly look at how our friend Raja is doing against Sindarov Javokhir. Uzbekistan, by the way, playing with almost the same team as their Olympiad gold medal winning team, except for uh, Abdusattorov.
Yeah, and they're definitely going to miss him a lot, Soumya, because he was one of the stars of that event in the Olympiad, guiding the Uzbek team to a gold medal in the FIDE Olympiad. If you guys remember, in Chennai, very very young and talented team, but here they are playing against the mighty Azerbaijani team, which has a lot of experience with Raja and with the likes of Raja and Shak.
Yeah, and Temur sticking to his e4, e5 Italian defense, and this is the exact position on board now, Harshit, with d4 having been played. I don't think black has anything to worry about, even though um, here also white has an open f5 like the Ivanchuk game, but the situation is completely different. Black's pieces are very active and white's pawn structure is not so great as well. This is sort of equal, I would say. What do you think?
Yeah, it seems very balanced. Seems like a typical Italian, but the queen on g5 is a little weirdly placed, but does put pressure on the e3 pawn. So I am going to expect Rajabov's experience in these kind of structures to easily hold this game with the black pieces. Uh, so
Yeah,
it seems like the Azerbaijani team is doing well in this match. But Soumya, we have to go back to the
back
Indian
to
team
our,
now,
yes,
as we might have seen some progress in some of the games. Um,
let's go and have a look at Setu's board. Something happened there? Yes, because Setu is down to 18 minutes, Harshit.
Yeah, it's down to 18 minutes, and h6 was the last move played by Borchowski, and now um, it's White's decision uh, to uh, to think, because if you take on f6 and go something like rook d1, maybe you could do that some actually.
So yeah, bishop f6. For the chat, just wanted to show that bishop h4 is not exactly possible because of g5, and the knight on g3 prevents the bishop from saving himself. So sorry, h6 can be followed either by moving back a bishop, which doesn't seem to be a great idea. So bishop f6 suggested by Harshit, and rook d1 with the idea to go bishop d5. And
Mhm.
again, still c4 is not possible because b4 pawn hangs. So we actually get to play bishop d5 on the next move, unless he can play something like bishop c6 and cause problems here.
Yeah.
It's
Could be,
annoying.
but we could still go bishop d5 because the rook on a8 is pinned, and then
Right.
go something like p3 or something like that
Mhm.
to protect the pawn. So I think this could be something. Setu has made a move. What has he played?
No, no, he's still thinking. He's still thinking.
But he has gotten up from his chair.
Maybe the transmission is delayed, Harshit.
I see.
So we can expect some moves here, I guess. Let's let's look at how Vidit is doing.
Yeah. And someone asked if this is going to be the Indian team playing all the rounds, or will Prag and Arjun be joining? Guys, Prag and Arjun are playing in the melt water, so they are not playing this event, as this event is being played over the board in Israel. The Indian team is having Vidit Gujrathi, Abhijeet Gupta, Nihal Sarin, Sethuraman, and S L Narayanan, who is taking a break today. And this Indian team is led by Vaibhav Suri, who is the captain of the Indian team, who was also a coach of the Indian A team in the Olympiad. So very solid Indian team going to be looking to get themselves on the podium. But first, they have to.
We also have Sasikiran, Harshit.
Yeah,
Actually, we
I
have
forgot.
two reserves.
Hmm.
It's a another new addition.
Hmm.
Usually in Olympiad, as we saw, there was only one reserve player,
Yeah.
but in this tournament, FIDE has introduced the concept of having two reserve players. So each
Mhm.
day, two players will take rest, but we also have two extra options to field.
Yeah, that's very nice that we have two extra options. Sasikiran always bringing in the experience alongside all of the youth that this Indian team has. Soumya, let's see what has happening in this Vidit game.
Yeah, he took bishop e7 like you suggested. He heard you, Harshit. And bishop e7, rook e7, knight e4 on the board. So with it going for it. And whatever the engine says, it is a little scary for black. It is a little scary to face this position, sit there and wait for white to continue his attack. A move like
Yeah.
queen a2 might be possible, but it's just so scary. We want to defend our king first. So rook
Yeah.
f8 on the board, bringing in more defenders, and probably f5 could be played, after ef, knight f6, you have rook
Mhm.
f6.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. Yeah.
so here with it played queen h5, more threats, and that's the position on the board with it down to 18 minutes versus 25 for Maxim Rothstein. Um, it's it's scary. It's definitely scary for black. I think white's fine, and white has good chances to win this position, even though engine is tilting a little bit in black's favor because engine doesn't have nerves. Engine doesn't have feelings. It just
Yeah.
calculates. There is no concept of anticipation, anxiety, none of that.
Yeah.
Uh,
And
as
black
a
is also pawn
as a
up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and as a human, you will definitely sit there and feel scared. And it's a team event. You're playing on the top board. You don't want to be the one to take your team down. You want to sit there tight. So, definitely the pressure is on Rothstein.
Yeah, the pressure is on, and he has to find a way to defend against this attack coming in after rook to g3. It's not going to be easy. I see a very interesting line. Soumya, I don't know if it works. Let's say that you make a waiting move like ace, let's say just to show a6,
Yeah, A6.
rook
Yeah.
g3, queen d5. And I was wondering if I can take on a g7 now and
Oh,
king g7, go knight f6.
oh my God! Not even Queen G5, Knight F6.
Just to see if it works. Maybe queen g5 is simpler actually, but knight f6, ef6, and I wanted to show that like even something like this, king f6, queen h6, and looks so scary because black has to go king f5 and black's king can get mated. So
Can we
it's
even
some
take
ideas.
here? Maybe we can take here and still we later win the rook.
I
Oh,
think
this
even
is so
f3 was
scary.
more very dangerous, like idea g4 checkmate. So I don't know actually
I thought the
what's
queen
happening. Yeah,
d4
but
pawn
queen
we
d4
didn't
is a
want to
check.
give.
Yeah, is a
Uh,
check. Yeah.
but this will be fun to play for sure. Rook e1 is also maybe
Yeah.
possible. Yeah, these are fun positions to play as white and not fun for black. Black doesn't want to enter these positions willingly. Let's just
Yeah.
put it. So queen h5 on the board. Also rook
Mhm.
g3, rook h3. Black has to commit something. Black will have to commit h6, or um, maybe make f5 work. Can we? Is f5 a move? Is my question. Because ef is not possible because of queen h5. Let's just show this to chat. ef6 and
Mhm.
queen h5. A long move for the queen to make, but a very happy one. So f5 there is possible. And with the idea that after rook h3, because the rook is on e7, black can play g6 and
Uh-huh.
protect h6 pawn. So that was my idea. I
Maybe
feel
queen
that this
h4 and
is
maybe the game still white would still have some compensation
important.
here, but yeah. Um, it's definitely black who has to defend and white kind of has this like attack. But Soumya, the thing is, eh, if the attack doesn't go well, then black will remain a pawn up. Let's see if Rothstein manages to find a good defense. Maybe let's see how our boy Nihal is doing.
Definitely. So Nihal played a6 on the last time he visited his board.
Mhm.
A6, knight f4, g6. Okay. So he's playing on both sides. G6 with the what I I think he's prevented knight h5 maybe with
Yeah,
g6 and
and
g4.
also typical idea is to reroute the bishop to g7 via f8, bishop f8, bishop g7. Which he actually does play.
He has
Um,
done that, yes. And g4, queen g2, bishop g7. This is the live position on the board. Uh, have you noticed, Harshit? Actually, after a6, I think they both had quite some time on the clock and
mhm.
they've played three more moves since, and both of them are down to less than 20 minutes.
I think this is very good for Nihal, as the lesser time there is on the board, the more trickier Nihal gets. And uh, the position is still pretty much balanced, but as the time goes down, Nihal is definitely going to try to exploit somehow this pawn on d4 and the weak square on c3. I think his position has great potential to cause problems for the white side.
Yeah, but I just saw the um video and both the players, Rochton as well as Nihal, completely with their head in their hands, they're totally focused. Uh, but yeah, we definitely can expect Nihal to do his magic trick in this game. Let's move on to Setu's board. What happened after h6? Bishop f6 was played. Bishop f6, rook d1 on the board. He has heard you. Rook a d8, preventing bishop d5 ideas. But anyway, Setu goes for it. And here, the difference between the line we had shown was that the queen was on d1. So the rook was pinning the bishop. Here, the rook is on d1, which is a better uh, version for us as white. And let's say black takes, we can take with the pawn, and we also get this square for our knight then.
Yeah, a very important square. Maybe we could even bring our queen onto that square, um, uh, and then maybe go something like knight f5 or knight h5. Put some pressure on the king side. Seems I actually like this position a lot for white. With the dark square bishop on f6 kind of been restricted by the pawn on e5 and the knight on a5 also being kind of restricted with our own pawn on d5.
Yeah.
So good potential here for the white side.
Yeah, I would be happy to play this as white now after bishop d5, d5. So that's why Avital, his opponent, is not yet committed. He's still thinking because let's say you wait, maybe you like just for the sake of like hypothetically, let's say black plays something like rook f8 and white takes on b7. Now,
Mhm.
after queen b7, we still have c4 ideas and we still have this c6 square for our knight. So it's not that bad, you know. Uh, and actually, Avital has played bishop c8.
Wow, yes, played it.
It's a it's a cool move to make. You're preventing knight f5, let's say, and you're also going bishop g4 next move.
Mhm.
Uh, and you can also play bishop knight c6, knight d4. So it's definitely a better move than bishop into d5. But is
After
it a good move? Is my question.
after bishop c8, I think one move which comes very naturally to my mind is one is h3 just to prevent his bishop from coming to g4. Um, and then maybe playing c3 in the future to take control of the d4 square, and then our bishop on d5 looks really very strong. Maybe we can even have something like knight f5 coming in. it just seems that the knight on a5 is not going to have a good square, good outpost to go to after we play this move c3, and h3 kind of prevents this bishop on c8 from coming and pinning our knight on f3. So it looks like Setu has a pretty good position somewhere.
Yeah, I also feel so, and I think it's like more of a long-term advantage thing. Is the bishop on f6 not feeling good at all about his future. He desperately wants to get exchanged with this knight, but that's not going to happen. So, feeling very, very restricted because of the pawn on e5. Doesn't have much scope, doesn't have like much of it feels very limited. Let's say he can get bishop e7, c4, bishop c5 in, for example. He would be
Mhm.
super happy to be on this beautiful diagonal. But on f6, totally misplaced and miserable.
Yeah, it does not really seem like a happy piece there on f6. Um, so good position here for Sethu. Uh, how is Abhijeet Gupta holding up against his opponent, because it looked like White has some advantage in that endgame.
Yeah, f3, king f7. This is where we last saw Abhijit's position, and b3 played bishop d7, rook f d1. So rook c6, a4, b6. Do you see Harshit is placing all of his pawns on the square opposite to the square of his bishop and on the square of black's bishop's colors, restricting him even further.
Yeah, in these opposite colored endgames, it's better to have, instead of having one pawn, it's better to have all the pawns on the light square, because if you have just one pawn, then it can become a weakness. Here, we see that White's bishop on d4 is perfectly placed, eyeing the pawn on b6. Maybe even can help White in breaking the center with e4 to e5. But on the other hand, it is opposite colored, and we cannot forget the drawing tendency this has. So I think that Abhijit should be able to hold this somewhere.
Yeah, meanwhile, as we were speaking, two more moves played bishop e3 and rook f c8. So he wants to get our favorite idea, b5 in.
Yeah,
Uh, and, for example, king f2, b5, a b, c b. And this is black's dream to exchange the rooks, both the pairs of rooks, and enter into this game, which would be a completely drawn end game and a great result for black.
yeah,
So White, on the other hand, we have to see whether he feels ambitious or he is going to take the draw, because uh, unless he has a clear plan, he has a clear target, it doesn't make much sense for him to overstretch either.
yeah. The problem with this pawn break b5 could be that after AB, White might have this move c4 to c5, kind of taking advantage of the pin on the bishop on d7. Um, Maybe that is something which might pose problems for black, because after bishop going to e8, pawn b3 to b4, and I think this is kind
Oh.
of a nice advantage for White, because after dc bc he has this passed pawn, and might be slightly problematic for black.
Or even bishop into c5, because now this bishop is even more restricted on e8. कुछ भी नहीं कर रहा है वो bishop. But yeah,
Yeah.
okay, we can bring it. Yeah, but
Mhm.
like what next is a real question. So black still having some problems. It's not that easy, huh? So rook f
Not that
c8,
easy.
white into white is thinking, and yeah, definitely a move here is also to like maybe move the rook. Would you consider this, Harshit?
I just like, honestly, this idea of facing b5 with this move c5, and then b take recapturing with the pawn. I think that that is something I would personally, and this is also rook is very nice idea actually, because you want to go a5. So now that you mention it, it seems like a very nice idea, because you're trying to go for this a5 break. Um,
Yeah, mainly I was preventing b5. That was the main, like, very basic idea, not so deep. I just thought that this could be possible, like, uh, something like this, and we have something to play for as white. But
Mhm.
yeah, a5 also nice point here. So we have to see what white goes for. Black on the back foot on board 4. Um, yeah, that's our. What do you think? Considering the present positions that we have seen so far on
Mhm.
all the 4 boards, what are our team's chances right now?
I think Soumya Nihal has good chances to win. Let me we can catch up on this board because as we have some moves being played, and then
Mm-hmm.
we can give the summary of our
Overview.
assessment.
Okay, sure. So Queen H5, Queen D5. With this game, very, very concrete. So it's important that we see his latest
Hmm.
position. Queen D5. We have with Queen D5. Black prevented Rook H3 because Queen into E4 protects that 7 pawn.
Yeah,
Rook F E1 with the idea to go Rook H3 again. So he doesn't care about material here. Also, Queen D4 will run into even Rook D1, I guess.
yeah,
And oh no, Rook D1 not necessary. We anyway go Queen H3 and continue with our plan. Uh, but Rook F E1 F6 played. Um, Not F5 as we were discussing, but F6.
yeah.
With the same idea actually. With Rook H3, he is going to definitely play G6, but he's also attacking this pawn now.
Yeah, and Rukesh 3 was played as we see in the live camera.
Mhm.
And the game is heating up, Soumya, because now all sorts of tactical ideas are going to be in the air. If h6, maybe there is some queen g6 followed by rook takes h6 or something like this in the air. Um,
Yeah, H6 is a move which we are very happy to see as white. We always have some tactics coming in. So G6, definitely G6 is what black had in mind. I feel so.
yeah,
With the rook on
g6,
E7.
yeah, is definitely the move that you want to make. Uh, not maybe we could say I don't know if Vidit will if how good dangerous this attack is, but let's say that if Brodstein managed to hold this and I think that Setu has some small pressure from the white pieces. So let's say Setu manages to convert. Nihal also playing for two results, but let's say Nihal holds, and I think Abhijeet Gupta will also hold. So I think we're currently looking at something like 2.5, 1.5. I favor White's chances here.
Oh,
India team's chances.
nice. That's a positive takeaway. I also like Setu's position actually. Niranjan's saying this is not a producer Niranjan, but Niranjit in the chat saying, "Oh, VD being ungreedy." Yeah, I think VD, Adiban ने इतना troll करके ऐसा reputation बना दिया है. But yeah, with its style, as we have been mentioning, has actually changed a little bit as well. He used to be this person who used to be very technical, very good technical chess, and very solid lines, and take material and play a pawn up endgame for 50 moves and win it. That's
Yeah,
one approach to chess, but now he's changed his style and ready to play any kind of position. This is a completely dynamic position here. Right from the first move, he's played very, very dynamically. And yeah, I think it's a great sign, even as a player, to be able to play any position at all.
yeah. Um, yeah, Vidit is definitely being playing very, very versatile chess. As I mentioned, I saw him playing in the St. Louis uh, invitational event recently, showing very, very good chess. I think finishing
Second.
second behind Yu Yangyi. So a very, very strong performance there. Would be looking forward to continuing his form in this event. Rook h3, and I think that somehow we might actually see uh, the top player of this Indian team leading the group.
Yeah, showing the way how it's done, you know. Yeah. Do you want to quickly look at if any other games uh, of other teams? Maybe we have a look at how Ivanchuk handled that position and we come back to our Indian boards.
Yeah. Let's maybe quickly check um what happened in this game. Oh my goodness, look at this position.
Okay, this how did they get here?
Crazy, crazy.
So you know what? We saw the game until this point. He played rook e1, and here Ivanchuk played bishop g5. It can't be taken because it's pinned, and
Mhm.
that's why white played g4, opening up the king side, but instead taking the dark squared bishop. Knight g5, queen g5, knight f3. So now there are these weaknesses around white's king,
Mhm.
but he has the pair of bishops. Queen
Yeah,
f6, king g2 on the board, bishop d7. So he wants to play something like h5, a5, attacking the knight, uh, knight c8. You want to reroute it to g6 and f4, and
Mhm.
bishop b3 check. This is the live position. But look at Ivanchuk's clock, Harshit. He's down to 3 minutes and 45 seconds. Can someone please remind Ivanchuk that this is not a classical time control? This is rapid. This is a rapid game. Maybe it takes some time to adjust to this time control, Harshit. You know, players are not very much used to it, as we have been discussing. 45 minutes is a newer time control compared to rapid, blitz, and the classical one, which is usually 90 minutes per game plus a time addition of 30 later.
yeah, but black would be definitely trying to bringing his knight from c8 to f4. That would be amazing if the knight on c8 can reroute itself via e7, g6 to f4, and then create some ideas like h5 and put white under the pressure here. But the clock situation is going to be very
I
crucial here
think,
as he's down for his last 5 minutes.
yeah, it's definitely going to be a deciding factor in the game, and I am a little concerned for Chuki just on the basis of his handling of the clock. Otherwise, the position is extremely awesome. Like, I would be so happy to play as black here. So many ideas coming in, and black is the one having all the fun. Um, uh, about the Sharia game, uh, what do you think, Harshit? Maybe black is not as bad as we thought, huh? Knight on d5 looks pretty all right.
Why don't we have the e4 pawn somewhere? That is the first question that I want to ask you. I thought that we are winning a pawn.
Yeah, that's true. Why? What happened there? Let's go back. Rook c d1. Oh, I think there was a mistake in transmission. Maybe that's the reason we misjudged the position, Harshit.
Oh, so the
There was
queen
a
was not on
mistake.
e6, but the queen was on
It was
f6.
an f6. There was a mistake in transmission, and now this was the correct position. The position we saw was something like just to show the chat. The position we
Yeah.
saw was this one, the
Mhm.
live position which we discussed earlier. But obviously, this is not what happened. Queen came to f6, queen f6, knight f6. So yeah, maybe uh, yeah, Nodirbek Yakubo making sure that he's strong on board one, and Uzbek team still going very strong. Knight d5, bishop d2, rook e6. Okay, so this is basically an equalish endgame, and both sides can try.
Yeah. But this changes the evaluation totally because I thought that white
Yeah.
was completely winning, but now it's actually black who is a pawn up. White does have a great compensation with the aforementioned things going in his favor, the pawns on c6, a7, the bishop pair. But black is a pawn up, so man, it is endgame. It is an endgame. So if he manages to somehow get this e3 pawn break in, if the game might be heading towards a draw.
Yeah. So let's you want to look at how the Dutch team is doing, because they have made a draw on 3 boards already against Spain,
Oh,
and only
wow.
one board is going on. So
Wow.
maybe, yeah, this is the decisive game.
Hmm.
Uh, and Anish is actually a part of the team, Harshit, but he might not play. I don't know what is the situation there, because he's obviously playing in this other tournament, online tournament, and then he's also a part of the team. I'm not sure what's the situation there, but at least today he has not played the first round. And it's Van Forest, Jordan, the Dutch team. For the first round was Van Forest, Jordan, Max Wormadam, uh, Robbie Kevilishvi, and um, Lucas Van Forest.
Yeah, and on this board, somewhere we see Anton Gujaro playing with the white pieces, who's an extremely strong player from Spain. I think that he would definitely be looking forward to score this win with the white pieces and put Spain on the leaderboard.
Yeah, actually, I mean, uh, maybe Netherlands will really miss Anisha's presence today, because this looks awkward for Black. On the other hand, maybe not as bad. And we should not forget that it's a rapid game, so maybe some slight disadvantages can be compensated with being tricky and fast.
Yeah,
you know. So maybe it's okay. Not, yeah, but definitely white is better because of the kingside weaknesses and the knight on a5
on
being
A5,
completely
exactly. Yeah,
cut off.
yeah. And Soumya, let's remind our viewers that the Indian team is being played in this match with Vidit Gujrathi on the first board, Nihal Sarin on the second board, Sethuraman on the third board, and Abhijeet Gupta on the fourth board. Let's quickly go back to Vidit's game, because we see that there were a few moves on in that game already. Uh, Queen H5, Rook H3, G6 was indeed the move chosen by Rothstein. But now after Queen H4, Rook F8, Rook F7, EF6, it's Rothstein who has to make a big decision here.
Yeah, ef6 on the board. uh do we take knight f6? We cannot, because just to show the chat, huge blunder, and white wins into moves. So
Yeah,
uh, knight f6 is not possible. What are black's options here? Otherwise, black will simply be a pawn down with under a huge attack. So black has to have something to show.
and I think Queen into D4
Yes,
was played by Rothstein.
I'm surprised with this move, rookie f7, but maybe it's not that bad. Yeah, after queen d4, yeah, queen d4 and black is okay.
Yeah, and maybe we can see something like knight g5, queen h4, rook h4, rook f6, and some trades like this. Um, uh, but I don't know if knight f6 maybe, or because rook f6 might run
Yeah,
into
knight h7, sorry,
f7.
and we lose. Oh, maybe we still have rook f4.
But the knight on d7 hangs in the end. So
Oh, this is nice, Harshit. Let's just show this. Knight
yeah.
f8, rook h4, and knight d7.
Mhm.
And white wins. So this tactic does not work out well for
And we see knight
black.
g5, rook h4, queen h4, rook h4 played. And what's happening after knight f6? Isn't black a pawn up?
I think we take rook e6 and say that we are okay.
I mean, we might be okay
Hey, no,
because
we take knight f7. No, we take knight f7 and
oh,
play
yeah,
this
sorry,
endgame exchange
sorry.
up. But black has, sorry, it's too early for Harshit and a little late for me, guys. So,
But Black still has good compensation in this position because he has two connected pawns. Um,
yeah.
A5 maybe. It's not at all an easy position here for both players. A5 because once these connected pawns advance, it can be. Did he play it?
He's played knight f6. Yeah, this is a very natural move, Harshit, I think. And this knight f7, king f7, why wouldn't black go for it?
Oh, Soumya, this is going to be very, very interesting because knight f7, king f7, and even though white is an exchange up, black has two connected pawns, and it's very, very easy to play this position with black.
But I have a question, Harshit. Is knight f7 the only move here for white, or do I have a choice here to take rook e6, or is it too bad, this endgame?
Rook e6, rook c7, I'm just a pawn up here, or rook
Or is it
d7.
rook e7 and c5? So this is completely out of question, right?
Yeah,
And we make an escape square somewhere, and black just plays c5, and black is a pawn up.
pawn up,
But
yeah.
yeah, so yeah, we have ruled that out. So no, I'm just wondering why is Vidit thinking, maybe he's thinking what to do after knight f7, king
King
f7
f7,
is forced,
yeah,
and
and
now what to do?
rook c4, but then c5, and it's just so easy to play with black, Soumya.
Yeah.
Therefore, he takes on f7 as we see on the live board. King f7 played. Our Indian captain closely monitoring the Indian team so that he could later give some pointers to them. Um,
Also,
but
Harshit,
yeah,
one of the rules which was introduced in this Olympiad, I think, by FIDE is that our captain can only be behind our own team. So that's why we always see Vaibhav on this side of the screen. You cannot cross over and stand in front of your team because, it's part of the anti-cheating measures in place.
mhm.
And do you see that crowd behind Harshit?
Yeah, very, very exciting to see so many spectators, keen
Beautiful.
to have a look at all these top players playing. I have a feeling that Vidit is going to manage to make a draw out of this position. What is happening in Nihal's game, Samya? We didn't look in
At
that game.
Nihal's. Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely. Let's go. Let's go. So bishop g7. Nihal is black here. So let's get that straight. Bishop g7, c4, dc, bishop c4, b5, bishop e2, knight e7, a4, knight ed5. Nice rerouting there by Nihal, playing against the isolated pawn. ab5 and knight c3. What is this? What is happening? Pawn into
Wow. If pawn n2, we also have g5
d5.
ideas.
And e2 bishop and f4 knight both being attacked, and white loses one of his pieces. Wow. I mean, I'm feeling very optimistic about Nihal's position. Can white simply go back here? But then you take on d1, and this is not the same as with its
We also have
position
e5.
because, sorry.
We also maybe have e5 in this position.
In this position, yeah. Like basically, black has so many pieces on the board. It's not the same as that endgame which Vidit is playing against
Yeah,
Rothstein. Even though the material balance is the same, but here white has many more weaknesses and black has many more pieces to attack them.
yeah.
So
And I was confident about Nihal as soon as I knew that he was playing this format because he's extremely good in these rapid and kind of faster time controls. And I was mentioning that as the time goes down, Nihal is going to start making these tricky moves. And now we see Soumya just that knight to c3 was played, and Nabati Tamir is in a tough spot.
tough spot, but he has definitely more time. He has 6 minutes extra, so he can use that time to figure out what to do. But it's just that it's not very clear what to do. That's the main problem in this position
Yeah,
that I'm facing. Um, so many options, and maybe only one of them is good, and you have to be really precise here.
yeah. And
Uh,
also a very, very exciting game is Sethuraman's game. I think that we could say Soumya Nihal is on the upper foot on that game. So maybe we are expecting Nihal to bring in the first point for the full point for the Indian team there. On the other hand, Setu also we was in a good position when we last left him. What happened in that game?
Yeah, definitely. Bishop C8 had been played the last time we saw Setu's board. Bishop C8, Queen E2, so many moves have been played since. Queen E2, C4 in, Rook F E1, C3 as well, gaining even
Yeah,
more space. B3, logical, we want to keep our A4 pawn protected.
yeah,
Rook D6, doubling on the D file. Knight F1, Rook F D8, Knight E3. Nice rerouting in case we want to ever go knight c4. We also have that option. We have the option of going knight d5 in the future, and we keep our d1 rook protected. We also
yeah.
prevent knight bishop g4.
Beautiful idea of kind of understanding that the knight on g3 was not doing a good job. Amazing reroute here. Also seems like a very complicated position, but the bishop on d5 looks very, very strong. And Soumya, I wanted to ask all of our viewers what they think the score is going to be for this match. We saw Nihal, as always, being very tricky. Vidit having a solid position, and Setu also having a good position. Does the chat think India will win 3-1, 2.5, 1.5, or do you think that the Israeli team will be managed to hold?
Yes, chat, do let us know. Meanwhile, more moves have been played in Setu's game. So let's go further. Queen e7 being played, g3, g6, h4, h5. Both of them playing so fast. Harshit, rook d3 on the board, king g7, rook e d1, rook d7, rook f1, queen c5, rook d1, rook d6. Sorry.
Yeah.
Very, very good handling of time by both the players, but Setu definitely better.
Yes, Setu is for choice in this position. And we see black player being having less than 5 minutes on the clock. So the game is kind of reaching its critical moment here. The time trouble stage, and still a lot of dynamics left in this position, as White might try to go with something like knight g5, and maybe in future go for f4, put pressure on the f7 pawn. Rook d3, rook e d1, as you mentioned, was is always possible. So a very rich position, but with less than 4 minutes on the clock, I fancy Setu's chance.
Knight g5 on the board, Harshit.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think Setu loves these dynamic initiative type of positions, you know. So I also agree with you completely. I think Setu feeling very comfortable here, and I do like his chances. So we like Nihal's chances and we like Setu's chances in this match so far.
mhm,
Let's go and have a look at Abhijeet. How has that end game turned out for him? So many moves in this game as well since the
yeah,
time we left it. Rook f c8, B1 was played maybe with the same idea to prevent B5. So E5, King F2, Bishop E6, Rook D7.
yeah,
Strange. Actually, here B5 is uh, not possible. Yeah, maybe that. No, it's still possible. So black, but okay. He did not go for it. He goes King E8, King E2, King D7. Now it's totally fine. No, H4, H5, King
yeah.
D2,
And
and
after
B5 finally.
five, I think Soumya, this game is just heading towards the draw. They did play a few more moves. I think captures everything on C1 and then take on B5. But I
Yeah,
think Soumya, we could say that this game is a draw, half
yeah.
half. Good result for Abhijeet was a little worse, but did manage to hold his forte. Soumya, this game will be a draw, but Nihal has almost 1 minute on his clock. Maybe we could
Oh
stick
my
with that
God.
game.
Let's go,
Uh,
let's go. What's happening there? Knight C3, Rook E1
yeah,
was played. Knight E2, Rook E2, A into B5, Queen B7. This is the live position with Nihal down to 42 seconds, 41, 40. Oh my God, Nihal, please play. And what has he played? He's played Knight D5.
yeah,
Uh, what's happening? Rook A7, is it possible? You play Rook C7, right?
And Abhijeet Gupta has drawn his first game with the black pieces as we see him looking at all the other boards, see how the Indian team is doing. I think after knight to d5, knight to takes d5 was played, queen takes d5 was played by Nihal, and if now white takes queen takes d5, e takes d5, we might see a game heading towards the draw somewhere.
I actually like it for black still this endgame, Harshit. No, because black has a better bishop than white.
Yeah, but after rook a5, maybe they might trade off some more things and go into a rook end game, which white should manage to hold.
Okay, fine, nice move there. Forcing black to go on the defensive with rook b8, and maybe that's the way to play for white. And yeah, rook a7 played, by the way. Rook queen b7 and rook b7. So b5 is hanging. Can I play rook
Yeah,
b8 here? Maybe
yeah,
I can. Yeah.
rook b8. But I think somewhere this game actually also seems to be going towards a draw.
Okay.
Um, because after rook b8, rook b8, rook c2, we might see some more trades after rook d8, rook c5, and we might go into a drawn end game. Maybe in that case we should stick with Setu because we saw that it was a very rich position.
But yeah, and actually, just let's have a quick look at Vidit's game
Yeah,
before
yeah,
we go to Setu's board. We left it here, uh, saying that white has exchange up, but black has great compensation with 2 pawns, and maybe uh, white needs to be precise.
yeah.
White played G4 here. Can you believe it? Um,
Wow.
G4, a very uh, constructive idea, I guess. G5 will be met with rook h6, is it? Yeah, rook h6 and knight g4. We can also take this pawn. We can also take this pawn and this pawn. So g4 on the board, rook d8, uh, g5, knight h5, forcing the knight to go on the corner, and rook a4, rook
Mhm.
d7. But now, I mean, he needs some moves to reroute his knight and bring it to the game. Um, Interesting decision by Vidit, and um, yeah, maybe not so easy for black to actually get advantage. Anyway, this game is going to go on, so we can go forward to Setu's game
Yeah,
and have a look at what's happening. Knight g5, bishop g5,
was
a g5,
taken. Yeah.
bishop h3, rook fe1, and knight c6. This is the live position on Setu's board. Uh, Setu having 4.5 minutes to Avital's 2.20 minutes. Knight
Soumya,
d4
what do
is
you do?
coming. Yeah, it's annoying. Knight d4 is so annoying here. And guys, knight d4, queen d3, knight f3, such a dangerous position. Even though it's not checkmate, it could be. And knight
Yeah.
e1 as well. So,
Maybe queen
uh,
to f3, attacking the pawn on f7, asking black how he is going to defend.
and rook d7, you want to meet it with queen h1?
I
Carlson
was
style.
I was thinking of that, or even just simply take on c6, but then it seems as if black should have enough play
Queen
to.
f3 on the board, Harshit. Queen
Oh
f3 on the
wow!
board. I feel like he wants to go for this queen h1 idea. It looks very tempting.
Hmm.
And bishop e6 will be played, but then we can even take, maybe at least we have removed this annoying bishop from history.
Yeah, this queen h1 idea is superb, Soumya, as rook 8 to d7 was played, but
King
maybe
h2 even better, no? What do you think?
queen h1 and then g4 is coming, and then queen h6, and I think we might have some mating ideas. Uh, looks very, very powerful.
Definitely, I also like queen h1, king h2 here, Harshit, because king h2. And maybe you have knight d4, and that is the problem. But let's say king h2, bishop e6. I have queen f6 check, and then I take on e6 with the bishop.
Yeah, also looks very, very good here. Soumya, I think that Setu might be a big hope here for the Indian team.
Yeah, Setu. Uh, but yeah, I just checked that queen h1 is in fact the best move in this position. Let's see if Setu goes for it. Queen h1 and g4 being the key idea. Not enough to see queen h1, bishop e6 and g4 being the key idea here. H into g4, queen h6. Very well spotted there, Harshit. G4, beautiful move to play and getting the queen in. And then we also get the knight in with knight g4 later and mating ideas. Wonderful.
Yeah. Let's see if he's able to find this very important idea.
But he's taken bishop c6 here, Harshit. He has not gone, but bishop c6 also decent move to play, I would say.
Yeah, White still has some sort of an initiative, but Queen H1 was a clinical move there, Soumya.
Let's
Giving
just show
White.
to the chat once again. Queen h1, bishop e6, g4. Beautiful move spotted by Harshit. Basically, it's a whole concept that you open the h file, and after king g8, you can even take bishop e6 here.
Yeah,
And actually, it's sort of game over because rook e6 runs into rook d7, and rook d1. We can also take bishop f7 in between, but we can also take rook d1 and this. Oh, we can take queen g6. I'm sorry.
yeah, we can take Queen G6 too
We
there.
can even take queen g6, and oh my god, so many
The Queen
possibilities
C6
for
Rook
white.
D5 was played, Soumya, sticking with the live position. Here quickly down to last 45 seconds is Borchovsky, Bishop C6, Queen C6, Rook D5. Still thinking. Setu giving big pressure from the white pieces. If Rook D5, I think he wants to take with the pawn, try to bring his queen to F6. And something like knight to C4 is also going to be in the air. Have to be careful about the bishop on H3 though. But after Rook D5, E D5, King H2 can also trap this bishop. So I like it.
Yeah, very smart move to play under time pressure.
Oh,
Black has
look,
taken rook
look.
d5.
Yes,
Yeah,
look what happened.
can
And
we take? Can we play king h2 and trap the bishop here?
no, Queen H1, and you can trap the bishop by F3.
Oh, that's even better. That's even better, Arshit. Oh, this is pretty. Will Setu
Completely
find it?
trapping the bishop. Will he find it? Queen H1, BG4, F3, Bishop F5, G4. Soumya trapping the bishop.
Oh,
Huge
this is
moment for
so
Setu.
pretty.
Huge moment for Setu as he's.
Huge. This is an amazing trap. Bishop trap in the center of the board. All of the squares are unavailable. Oh, Setu, please find it. Please find it. I think he'll find it. I have a feeling he'll find it. He's thinking about it.
Yeah, he is indeed thinking after Bishop F5. Maybe we could even take Queen into H5. Even that looks completely good for White.
Yeah, so many possibilities there actually. Queen h1 is the move to spot, but he plays queen
He's Queen to
e4
E4.
here.
Missing this crucial idea, Soumya, but he's still much better because the dark square, the pawns on all the dark squares are very weak. But yes, this Queen H1 idea, I think this backward moves, Soumya, in chess are one of the most difficult ones to make. And here,
Also, it's important to see the continuation. It's not enough to see queen h1, but to see what you do for bishop
but let's
g4.
stick because Queen E4, Rook E7, Knight C4, and still he's much better. Knight C4, Queen Rook E7, Knight C4 was played. I think Rook E7 played here. Knight C4, Queen C5 we have on the board,
And d6?
and D6 is a possibility for good possibility for White. Maybe what else could he do?
I really like d6. Why not? Let's just push our past pawn. Because if rook moves here, we have queen into e5, and that's completely winning. So,
But after rook e5, there is bishop e6 in the end, and we are unable to protect our pawn on d6. So still some things to calculate here for Sethu, as Black has set up this devious trap.
Oh, that's a nice trap actually, and then it goes into a very long variation, which still I think is better for white, but needs to be, white needs to be careful. White has played knight e3 instead, so he has
Yeah,
prevented bishop f5.
uh-huh.
Prophylaxis actually against bishop f5 and asking black what he's going to do next. Is queen d4 possible here, Harshit?
Queen d4 runs into, I thought queen d4, ed4 and some knight f5 business, but very, very complicated to understand clearly
No, but
what.
no, that's winning, no, d6 and d7. So that's a very nice point there. Queen d4. He has played queen d4, but
Yeah. No,
what if we play?
I don't know how easy it is.
Oh,
Soumya.
because of
King
d.
f8, first of all, is also. I don't know, many ideas.
Oh, there are so many
That's
possibilities. And
winning for
actually,
black, actually. Yeah, it's no,
agency
you
is
cannot
winning
allow
for
two
black.
connected pass pawns. Yeah.
Oh my God. So queen d4 on the board and queen f3. Both of them are on
Oh, I
seconds and
like this move.
only
Queen
10-second
f6 check is a
increment.
big threat now. Queen f6 check is a big threat. e4 played. Queen to f4 quickly played by Sethu. Sethu playing very well. Queen to e5 might be played. Queen e5. We might see something like queen h4, maybe g4 ideas. But queen e5, I like rook to d1, maybe a little bit more, hoping that black takes on f4, so that after gf4, rook d4, we have total domination over all the dark squares. Rook to d1, Soumya here looks very strong.
Yeah, I like your suggestion. Rook d1, great move here. Uh, but the clock is such a big factor in this position, Harshit. Only 10 seconds increment. We must not
Yeah,
forget it's not
clock is ticking very
classical.
quickly. Tick tock, Soumya.
Rook
But
d1 on the
rook
board,
d1
bishop
played. I love
d7.
it. I love it. Bishop d7, and now even taking on e5 does seem very good for white, I have to say, with rook to d4 coming in. But
Why
I
not
would,
knight c4?
knight
Why not
c4,
knight?
amazing suggestion by Soumya. Just waiting for black to take on f4 and then take rook d4 looks very, very good here.
Yeah. So knight c4, maybe he's concerned of queen f5, but he has to make a move. I think knight
Played
c4.
a5 and rook e8 was played.
If I rook e8 and maybe now knight c4.
And we have an update. Nihal's game was a draw, Soumya. So 1-1 right now for India versus Israel. And now it's going to be all on Sethu.
It's going to be Sethu and Vidit. But let's stick to this game because 17 seconds and we have good chances. So let's see quickly. By the way, Vidit's game,
Oh, Vidit is also completely better, Soumya, it seems to me.
yeah, I think so. I just had a look and rook at 7. It looks like white is better. I don't know if he's winning, but he's definitely better. He's the one.
9 seconds. Let's see. Let's stick here. Maybe 9 seconds. h5 played.
Oh my God. Knight d4. No, h5 hasn't been played. Yes, h5 on the board. Um,
Rook takes f3 check.
f3,
Oh,
king
king
g2.
g2, and now rook f5. Maybe this was missed by Vidit.
Okay. Rook f5 and you are attacking g5. So rook f3, king g2, rook f5, 8g and rook into g5 check. And you
Yeah.
take 6 pawns. So that's happened. That's actually on the board. h6, good move still. Rook g5, king f2. We still have our pass pawn alive, but maybe just rook h5 now. And
Oh, what happened there? Was it a draw? It was a draw, Soumya. So 1.5, 1.5. Everything boils down to Sethu's game. Soumya, let's go to that game quickly, because if Sethu manages to win, India will win this match 2.5, 1.5. Everything is coming down to this game. What is the live position here?
So Vidit there made a draw, and Setu, great position. Look at what happened here. He took queen e5, rook e5, rook d4, rook g5, rook e4. Now b4 is going by force. King f8, rook e4, f6, king g2, rook e5, rook into e5, fe, pawn up, and game for Setu here.
Yeah, king f3, king e7 played. Soumya, seems like Setu is going to deliver here for the Indian team. King e4, king d6 is the pawn endgame after knight c4, not completely winning.
But why not knight d1 and pick up the c3 pawn, Harshit?
Yep, even that looks tempting. King e4, king d6, knight c4 seems like he might just go into this endgame. And
Oh, yeah. Yes, both the options and amazing options. Both of them completely winning. Oh,
yeah,
wow.
I think this he might go for this knight c4 because it's very easy to spot that after bishop c4, bc4 it was winning. He instead goes for king f6, and now he again has two good options, knight d1 and knight c4. I like just picking up this pawn on e5 for some reason, but knight d1 also should be completely winning for white. Let's see what he chooses. He goes for
Yeah,
knight
knight
c4.
e4, g5, knight e5, h4. But I'm sure we can stop this pawn in many ways. First of all, let's take it. And
Yep,
we always can
knight
come
g4
back
check.
knight
Knight
f and
g4 check
g4.
was played here by Setu. Is a little this H pawn is always a little concerning, but he is 2 pawns up, so should be winning. But still some technical task to do. Knight g4 check, king f7 played. But I
King
think
e7 on the board, knight h2, but white is 2 pawns up. And what's knight h2? What's knight
yeah,
h2?
I don't like that move so much, Soumya. But they're down to their last 20 seconds, and knight h2 was a big mistake. Big mistake. He was completely winning after gh4, and now after king d6, king d4, the knight is trapped on h3.
Oh, that's an unusual pattern. Can we play something like f4 here? Oh,
Huge
so
move,
many.
Soumya, because uh, uh, but still some chances. So let's just try to keep up with what these guys are playing. They're down to their last 1 minute,
f3.
and uh,
Why
and
did
what
it
is happening?
f3 and what king d4? Maybe
C3.
I
King d4 c3 is coming. So it seems like the evaluation is swinging like a roller coaster here. White is again completely winning. 45 seconds, Samya. I think we should just stick with the live position because these players don't have time at all to think.
yeah, king e5 and king e3 on the board.
Yeah.
Yeah, looks like winning. Now what? Now how does black prevent f4? He can't. He has to go back. Bishop d7 now f4, right? And we
f4.
exchange that pawn, and once we exchange that pawn, our knight will never get trapped on h2, and we can push our other pawns.
Yeah.
b4, e4.
I even like this move somehow. C4, expanding, maybe c4. I wanting to go b4, b5 in the future, creating one more pass pawn. Um, let's
c4
see
on the
what.
board. Bishop
Wow, c4 played,
b6.
bishop e6 played. Maybe now it's time to just make a waiting move. Yeah, king d3 played. I like it because black's king has no entrance, Soumya, so he can just go king d3 and then go b4 and create two pass pawns with b5. Good technique so far.
Yeah, b4 and b5, and once you get b5 in, you're totally winning. In fact, this position is completely winning for white, and I don't see what can be black's counter chances. Bishop f5, king c3, as Harshit pointed out, and fantastic win by Setu actually
Yes,
coming.
still game is going. Still the game is going. Still the knight on h2 is misplaced. But yeah, looks like he is going to deliver for the Indian team. In the meanwhile, the Azerbaijani team took down the young Uzbek team 2.5, 1.5 with uh, two results, Mamedyarov and Mamedorov winning with the white pieces. And what's happening here as king c3, bishop c6, lot of moves being played. And we
Uh,
see the live camera. What an amazing angle we have here.
yeah, and also a huge result there for Spain. They have defeated Netherlands with Anton David Guyaro bringing in the win for Spain against a very strong Dutch team. All the
Yeah,
rest of the boards were drawn, so Spain won that match 2.5, 1.5.
yeah.
Uh,
Bishop D7 played Soumya. Setu does need to still, convert this advantage because everything is down to this game. The other three games, guys, were drawn, so it's 1.5, 1.5 tied. And Sethuraman seems to be winning here, but has to deliver
yeah, knight
somehow.
f1, knight f1 been played, so now it's a waiting move, asking black what is he going to do. If he goes back with the king, we go up with our
Yep.
king and improve our king position. If he moves his bishop from this diagonal, we play b5. So
B5,
let's say
yes, yes, yes. Soumya, and now what did
bishop
he?
f5 on the board, king e3. Bishop f5 was a check, king e3, and now bishop d7 back can be expected. Can we simply push our pawn to f4 and take? What's happening? King e3, bishop e6, king d3, bishop f5. Okay, maybe king c3 here. Can we? But g4, yeah? This is the problem.
Yeah, still slightly difficult here for uh,
But
Setu.
this is winning, no, Harshit. Like we just play b5 for knight h2.
But when the clock is ticking, it's never easy.
Yeah,
Never
that's true.
easy.
That's true, Harshit. King c3, bishop d7 on the board. Uh,
And
it's not
hopefully
easy
we
to
don't
control.
see a hopefully we don't see a three-fold repetition, Soumya, because they have already
Oh my
made.
God, it's a draw. They repeated it. The position, there is a draw at least on my screen.
No, it's not. It's not. It's not, Soumya. Don't scare
Maybe,
all of
maybe
us.
no, on the maybe it was repeated twice. Yeah, maybe it was repeated
Game
twice,
is
but
still
he
going
didn't
because he did
claim.
not claim it.
Yeah.
Uh, I got so scared, but the game is still going, guys. Setu is fighting. Oh, but no, but what is
For the
happening?
chat, no, for the chat, you need to claim the draw. It's not handed over to you. So
Yeah, and
one
can
of the
you please
players
go
need
back
to
to the
claim.
other angle, our producer, so that we can have a better way of keeping. Oh, and he claimed a draw. He claimed the draw.
Oh yeah, he's claimed the draw because it's repeated so many times the
Oh
position.
my God.
But has this exact position been repeated? Because the knight
I
was on
think
one
so. I think it
at
might
some
have.
point.
Soumya, if this is a draw, it's going to be a huge upset for the Indian team. It Setu was completely winning, but now his opponent is claiming a draw, and I think it might have already been repeated three times.
And it's actually not such an easy position anymore, with the knight on h2. I think that was like a big miss by Setu there. And but anyway, if it seems like the basically for the chat now, what will happen is the arbiter will ask both the players to go through the game again and check. But Setu is going away. Maybe he has accepted. What's happening? Yeah, it is. There is a result. It is a draw. It is a draw. So
It is a
uh,
draw, Soumya. What a tough result for Setu. He was played such a nice game, but in the end, in time trouble, could not find the winning idea. Tough, tough, tough.
this was very tough already, and Harshit, unfortunately, it got repeated thrice as well. But for example, even the last position, uh, like for example, I'm checking with the engineer, and it suggests b5, bishop
Yeah,
c4, and b6. Sorry, knight g4 first, knight g4 first, and you move with the king, and then play b6.
not easy, but Soumya,
But
these are the kind of positions White had to convert, being two pawns up.
yeah,
Now it was a draw. So look at this. big celebrations in all the Israeli campus, hugs and kisses going around. This is a huge result for the Israeli team, Soumya.
Yeah, huge upset there for sure. Especially this game, Setu played fantastic from the opening. We have been following since the opening, and he handled it really well. And some points, at some crucial points, he just had to make that winning move. Like Queen H1, like we had discussed, or even in this end game, beautiful end game which he got. If he could have played B5 at the right time, he would have got the point in. But just it's not, sometimes things don't go your way no matter what, and you have to accept the result and go on and move to the next match. And
Yeah,
actually we must not forget that there is one more game today. So I hope the players will take the results positively and just focus on the next game, because there's a lot to play for. Only uh, uh, out of six teams, four will go ahead to the quarters,
yeah.
and draw is at the end of the day a positive result. So you take what you get and move on and try to fight in the next match.
Yeah, definitely a lot to play for the Indian team. As we saw, the first game was a draw 2-2. All the four games were a draw. Vidit versus Maxim Rothstein was a complicated game, but in the end it was a draw. Vidit did have his chances as well, but Setu also had his own chances. But in the end, it was a draw. Soumya, what an exciting first round.
Definitely. Actually, I'm super happy with the quality of the games, and all four players. It feels as if they are in good shape. Little misses here and there. We had some expectations from Nihal's game as well, and then we had, of course, huge expectations from Setu's game. He played a fantastic game, but not our match. Let's just put it that way. It could still be our day because we have one more round to go, and
Yeah.
it's been a lot of fun covering this. Let's take a quick break, Harshit, and we'll be back for round two with Abhimanyu.
Wow.
It's going to be a all Pune stream today. And Harshit, will you be staying with us, or do you have classes to attend?
I have a tournament, but I will be staying briefly with you guys to chat with you. And then I have my own Blitz tournament that I have to play. But Samya, let's take a quick break, and guys, see you on the flip side.
everyone, welcome back. And we are with a wonderful friend of ours, Grandmaster Abhimanyu Puranik. So this is an all Pune stream right now going on, guys. And even though we are all in different cities, Abhimanyu is from Pune, streaming from Pune right now, Harshit from USA, and me from Mumbai. But we are all like great friends. Abhimanyu, welcome to chess.com India. You're commentating for the first time. How are you feeling? And we'll be watching the World Team games. We'll be cheering for the Indian team. What are your expectations?
Well, I'm glad to be here, and yeah, so it's great doing my first proper commentary session with you guys because it's much easier for me that way I feel, and I hope to see a lot of great games. Like right now, I saw Setu's game, which was very intense. I mean, I can totally feel the pressure that understand the pressure is going through in that moment. It was amazing. Just sometimes what happens, you see the bar going up and down during a game, and but being there and being in that moment, it's just a different thing altogether. So yeah, overall it was a very intense round, and I hope we win the next game.
Definitely, and he actually played for India in the Olympiad. So very recently, and it was your first experience playing in the senior team, playing for India C, and you did really well. So you must be very familiar with the feeling of nerves, and in fact, Setu was your teammate in that tournament.
Yeah, I remember he played very well in the Olympiad as well, and he's a very, like, especially during high pressure situations, he's the go-to guy. Like I remember he was always very calm, very collected. He knows what he always he has the right mindset, I feel, for events like this. So yeah, he's just a very strong player in general. And Olympiad we like, it was great interacting with him. Like I interacted with him, but on a, like, in a such a personal level, and preparing for games together and all was amazing.
Yeah, Abhimanyu,
So
first
yeah,
of all, welcome. It's very good to have
Thanks.
you and Soumya with me. The next game will be starting in 25 minutes, and we are playing against Poland. Soumya, do you know who is playing from the Polish team?
yeah, we do have the board pairings out. So the first board will be Vidit Gujrathi versus Wojtaszek Radoslav Wojtaszek, a very strong player, 2700 plus in classical ratings. In rapid, his rating is still 2636. Been a long time second for Anand in all of his world championship matches. Now, and after those matches were over, he increased his rating to 2700 plus. On second board, Nihal Sarin playing against Poirun Casper. Poirun Casper, guys, he's 2600 in classical chess, but he's also a medalist in world solving problems. So he's a huge Polish guys are huge at solving studies and compositions, creating compositions of their own, and he's one of their main uh, strong GMs in that field as well. And third board, we are fielding S L Narayanan for the first time in this competition. SL will play against Bartel Matthews, who's also 2600 in classical, but in rapid, his rating is 2533. And on board for Setu with the black pieces against Yannick Igor from Poland. His rapid rating is 2448. I think we have a good chance on this board. And especially knowing Setu, as Abhimanyu was mentioning, he's amazing at handling his mindset in team compositions. So even though the first game didn't go his way, he's very good at making comebacks and taking over whenever the team requires him. So I feel like on the fourth board we have really good chances. What do you guys think about this?
Yeah, Abhimanyu, what are your predictions for this match? We know
Uh,
that you've seen some of the players in Olympiad, so what are your predictions?
yeah, so Vidit versus Wojtaszek is of course very interesting. I would like to think Vidit will press, but Wojtaszek, as you told, was Vichy, former second of Vichy, and he's a very solid, very strong grandmaster from Poland. So it won't be an easy match for sure. again, Pyron is white against Nihal. That won't be an easy match. Like, there is no easy match in general, but that won't. That is also unclear for me. Although I hope that Nihal, the way he played last game, I was very impressed. The way he was handling the situation. And on third board, I feel SL versus Bartel. I think SL is very strong in rapid format. And today I was watching India versus New Zealand T20 match, and Surya Kumar Yadav, he just smashed a century. He smashed 115 runs or something. And I feel SL is somewhat like him in the sense that he's a late bloomer, but he's just total quality. So I would like, if there is someone I would like to, bet my money on, then it would be SL for this round. And on fourth board, as you told, Setu is playing against Yannick, and Setu is the favorite here, but of course, no matches are easy. So what do you think, Harshit? What are your predictions?
Yeah, I kind of agree with all that you said. I think SL's match is going to be a very important and crucial one, playing with the white pieces. He's extremely good, very dangerous player, also a good friend of ours. So it'd be very, very much fun to be rooting for him, playing with the white pieces. But we are going to have a more exciting matchup between Soumya and Abhimanyu in a puzzle battle. So I'm going to have the best time to watch them play and see how they do.
Yes, this will be fun.
This is going to be fun, hopefully, for me as well. I know it's going to be fun for Harshit and Abhimanyu. So let's go. Abhi, shall I send you a challenge?
Already, I already did.
Fine, then. I haven't received it. Okay. I got it. Okay, let's go.
Yeah.
No.
And could I please request our producer to somehow have that on the screen to watch the match between Soumya and Abhimanyu? Oh, and here we see it.
Oh, God.
This is very intense, by the way.
Abhimanyu going strong.
Abhimanyu.
Taking a quick lead.
God, fine commentary.
Oh my God, I missed a mate in one.
Oh,
Harshit,
you're Mr. Mate. So Soumya
oh my God.
Can make a comeback. 13-10, 2.5 minutes left, guys.
But
Harshit, I was doing well till you started speaking. What is this?
I will keep speaking and tell me moves and distract him.
And Rook B7, Queen C8, Soumya, Queen E5, Queen H8, found by Abhimanyu. Amazing speed by both of our commentators here, showing how fast they can be in these puzzle battles. Abhimanyu is on 25 in 1 minute. Too fast.
Can you please distract him?
Soumya has not made a mistake yet. Soumya is playing amazingly well. Trap her opponent's bishop on h4.
What?
Some sneaky problems suddenly, huh?
And Abhimanyu found rook h5. Soumya found knight f6. Soumya doing amazingly well. Not a single mistake.
Soumya is very scary, actually. She looks very like...
Abhimanyu is on 36. He's playing like a bullet train. There is no bullet train in India, but Abhimanyu is showing that there can be one.
God.
Oh,
This
God.
commentary is very good.
And now Queen C8, G8-7 is going to be found by Soumya, but she missed it. Knight f4 found by Abhimanyu, taking the piece. A tremendous speed. Knight c5, Queen a6, Bishop c6. Beautiful, beautiful. Soumya playing amazingly well as well.
Thanks.
Guys,
I'm so slow.
This is the puzzle battle, which you guys can play too on chess.com in order to improve your speed and have a friendly challenge between your friend. Soumya thinking here, King e6, G7, F7, King e7, found by her amazingly.
Why is this so hard suddenly?
But
Very
Knight
hard.
G6 and found by him. Amazing. Queen G3 found it again. Abhimanyu showing very fast speed. 47. Will he make 50?
Fine.
Soumya on 38 will make 40.
Ah,
Wow.
48
so
to
fast.
38.
Abhimanyu is so fast. 48 banana इसको. Ay, girl.
Oh,
And
GG,
how much
good.
GG.
time did we
It was
get? I did
intense.
not even see. How much time did we get? There is a
3
rating.
minutes. Yeah,
Puzzle
there's
matter
a
with a
rating.
rating.
You
Yeah.
lost a lot of rating.
Oh my God, I lost lot of
Let's play
rating.
more. Let's play more.
Match, chalo. But you are really fast, yeah. And Ani, how much time do we get? I did
You
not
get
even
3
see.
minutes each.
3 minutes.
Okay, fine. Chalo, let's rematch, huh?
Rematch.
Rematch.
Okay.
You want to play Arjit?
I'm enjoying watching you.
I'll play one rematch and then you guys or someone can play. Okay?
Okay, cool.
Let's go, Soumya. Take his rating.
I don't like this.
And if we could refresh, please, our producer, so that we can see the new match that is being played. Yeah.
Yeah.
And these guys are already focusing, playing the puzzle battle, guys. Soumya is not knowing what is happening, but finding her way through. Abhimanyu seems very focused. And we see both of the players moving very, very.
With Soumya.
Yeah.
Because I don't think she does this often and she's still very good. Very good
Soumya has
at it.
always impressed me with her calculative skills, has been very imaginative. But this is all about the speed, and Abhimanyu is showing why youth favors.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Fine, it's okay.
So I think, guys, a very good way to keep your brain in shape. Look at Abhimanyu, he's at 40. Soumya also at 30. G2, King H2, G1. Now Rook into H2 is checkmate in 1. Very, very quickly, Queen D5 played by Soumya. Amazing. And now she's going to find G5, H4. Queening. Beautiful.
Oh my God.
By Soumya now.
I'm already out by the.
Oh,
now,
and she's out, and she's a big chance. Soumya, G4. Let's do it. Let's beat it.
Hey, this is. No. G4. Come on, Soumya.
Wait, I don't. This is like so much pressure.
You got it.
Yes, Soumya, you can do it.
Move the
I believe
king
in you.
anywhere. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Bishop G6, Rook F7.
What?
Very
No,
good.
no,
Very
correct. I
right.
missed that only. I played Bishop G6, Rook F7 then.
Let's go, Soumya. 1. The time is ticking. TikTok. Let's go. Queen A2, Queen A1, Queen D1, Rook D1. Fast.
I need
Bishop.
time.
Oh.
Ah. GG.
38 is the thing, I think.
Nice.
GG, Soumya.
Oh. I hope you guys enjoyed the show.
Yeah.
Anyway, this commentary was fun.
Yeah.
We see Vidit already on the cameras because the next round begins in less than 15 minutes. I think 11 minutes. I think it starts in 11 minutes and a few seconds.
Is it 11 or 17? Can't see properly.
I think it starts at 18 o'clock local time. and it's
Okay.
17:48 right now. So I have a feeling it might start in about 10 to 12 minutes. Um, Abhimanyu, maybe you could take us through the important moments from the last game in the first match, maybe where the Indian team could have done better, or maybe where you think the turning points were.
Um, so actually, I think all the games were pretty crucial.
Mm-hmm.
If I had to pick one, of course, there was Sethu's game. And yeah, actually, Vidit's game was very interesting at some point. Yeah. So what do you guys think? Do you think he had some other way to continue instead of that, or Black just played very well and defended well?
Um, yeah, I thought Black played really well. It was my impression, but with it, I was impressed with his attitude in general to create chances, and I think in rapid, this attitude of attacking your opponent and putting a lot of pressure sometimes works really wonders because you don't have that much time to calculate the right defense. But in this case, I think Maxim Rothstein, he doesn't play much, I haven't seen him
Mhm.
play as much, but he played really good in this game. He found all the accurate defenses in a tough position.
True, true.
What do you, do you feel like somewhere Vidit could have put more pressure on Black?
So
Let's just take a look.
I didn't see the game with a computer, but I was wondering if we can go to move number. Yeah, after Bishop E7.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know if during the game I was watching this live, I was thinking if H4 is a move here or not.
Oh,
I,
nice. We didn't
but
consider it.
yeah, so I was thinking H4, and the point is if you take on G5, then I'll take back H into G5, and I always have some knight E4, knight F6 ideas, something like this. But I was not quite sure if this works.
Oh, and just like to illustrate, maybe we make some bad moves for Black, which don't make serve
But now
any.
I'm checking that with computer, it's showing it just bad. so so probably it's good we didn't go for this.
Okay. But
Maybe
H4 is
H4.
a cool idea, at least.
Yeah, very typical idea actually. Very nice idea. We also make a space for the back rank for a king, and at the same time, if Black takes, as Abhimanyu mentioned, there can be knight e4, knight f6 sacrificing possibilities. Um,
So, in fact, this bishop e7 move was very important now for Black to
True.
back the bishop to e7 only and not to f8. Or, I mean, okay, White was threatening knight c4, so he had to retreat somewhere. But even bishop f8 was possible, but then you need your knight on f8 at some point, and also the bishop on g5 is very strong. So it
Yeah,
was
exactly.
important.
And it's always so scary in such positions that white will get knight e4 and knight f6 check. And suddenly you get mated in like 3 moves. So black had to be very careful there. And I think black played very well, and it was a good game in general.
yeah,
Uh,
actually, Soumya, maybe we could go in that end game, which happened after g4, and in the end after rook h7. If we could quickly
Yeah,
breeze
I'll bring
through
that
the
position.
moves. Yeah.
So rook f7, interesting decision by Black here to give up the exchange and
mhm.
go for this end game. And you were saying which exact position, Harshan?
Yep. So if we just go a few moves ahead to
Oh,
g4.
even I understood what you're talking about. And yeah, but that I think that time, so Vidit handled this part quite
Very
well,
well.
no?
Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah, he played this g4, g5 idea was very nice. Yeah, to
Mm.
distract
Very
the black
impressive.
knight.
And guys, for all those who are joining now, the first match between India and Israel was a draw 2-2, and all the 4 games were a draw. Um, we are now looking at the first round game between Vidit and Rothstein, and in this position, Abhimanyu, maybe you could tell us about why White is much better.
Yeah, so here, okay, this is first of all, very concrete position. It's about calculating till the end. So for Vidit, it's in time pressure, especially h5 seems like the first move you should calculate, because if this wins, then it just finishes the game. So h5, rook f3, king g2. Probably I'm guessing he missed rook f5 because his point is if g into h5, he has this idea rook d7, and if king moves, let's say to e6, rook into d4, and he's a rook up then.
Sorry, what? Rook king g2, g
Sorry,
to
yeah. For king g2, let's say black plays g into h5 instead of rook f5, rook d7 check. And the point is if king e6, rook into d4, and white is a rook up and wins the game.
Nice.
So I'm guessing that with it missed rook f5, it's a slow move, it's a quiet move, but it was quite effective. And instead of h5, rook a3 was a nice calm move, just defending the f3 pawn. And now maybe you'll play h5. Maybe you have rook g7 ideas, just taking on g6 pawns. So that's why, yeah, exactly. So
instead of h5, just go one move back.
Sorry.
Yeah, here rook a3. And yeah, now white is much better because he can push h5, play rook h6. So there are a lot of ideas, and this should be very difficult for black to hold.
Yeah, and now rook f3 is not with a check, as in you can simply take, and so that's why you don't need to worry about all these checks.
Another important thing is that, okay, rook and knight, they don't work so well together. Rook and bishop work much better together. So that's why although black can get some passers, it's not so easy to push them because the rook and knight combination doesn't work that well.
That's a very good piece of knowledge, you know. I mean, if you know these small things, then you can happily enter into some end game where you get these material balances, and you'll have that much more confidence that you're going to hold this, or you have some small advantage over your opponent, you know.
Yeah. In time pressure, however, I have a feeling, ghodas can be very dangerous, very tricky somewhere. They jump everywhere.
They can disrespect.
Also,
but
do you want to look at Nihal's game? Because we were quite optimistic about Nihal's chances, and then suddenly everything got liquidated, no?
Yeah. So in that position, as Abhimanyu mentioned, rook a3 could have been the turning point in that game. A very nice calm move instead of h5, but both players were under time pressure. Quickly looking at maybe the last Nihal game, because then we were going to have kickoff. So let's look at how Nihal's game was. We saw it when we were looking when he played this move, knight to c3.
Sorry, knight c3. Yes.
Yeah.
Here he played this cool move, knight c3. We were very impressed. Did you have a chance to look at this, Abhimanyu?
Yeah, I saw this, and the way Nihal played looked very logical, but actually, in hindsight, this knight on c3 is maybe a monster. So it makes sense to take a into b5 instead of exchanging this light square bishop, like Nihal did with knight into e2. Instead of this,
same move, knight e2, and here you're suggesting a b5.
A b5, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So the point is now my c3 knight is a monster, your d4 pawn is weak, and I have a nice bind on this. And generally for isolated queen pawns, this d5 square is very important. And if we see, there are like 1, 2, 3, 4 black pieces controlling it. So this would have been a very nice, pleasant position for black.
Yep. Amazing analysis there by Abhimanyu, showing how Nihal could have played instead of knight takes e2, but still I think with black pieces, a fine result by Nihal against Tamir Nabati. And guys, we are about to start the next round between India versus Poland. It's going to be very, very exciting. And I myself predict that in this game, it's going to be S L Narayanan who is going to play the crucial game. And before the game begins, Soumya and Abhimanyu, I'm going to guys leave you to it since I have my own Blitz tournament that I have to play. But I'm very excited to follow the games.
It was so nice to have you, Harshit. And I hope you'll join us for commentary in the coming days as well, if you can, with your very
Yeah.
busy college schedule and chess playing schedule. But it was super nice to have you, and I totally enjoyed myself. I hope, and I'm sure the chat did as well. Abhimanyu, you want to say something
Yeah.
before?
Yeah, Harshit. So all the best for your tournament. And so I was watching you guys, and it was like really fun watching this side of you as well. So this professional side, let's say. And so, yeah, okay, great stuff. And hopefully we'll comment it again later.
Yeah. See you guys soon.
See you.
Bye bye. We have all the players at the board now, and do we have a camera at the Indian team? There we see the Israeli team versus the Uzbek team, and we can also see Ukrainians playing the Azerbaijanis there. Is that the Ukraine team?
Uh,
Let me
I would
just
think
have a look
so.
at the
Yeah.
pairings. No, that's USA. That's USA playing Azerbaijan in the
Ah,
second round. And okay, so we have the Indian team at the end, and we'll try to get the camera. I think I stuck.
yeah, it's fine. So, Soumya, I wanted to ask you a question.
I don't know.
Since you have played in
Ah,
so many Olympiads and so many team events, like what do you think is the crucial ingredient to perform well in a team event as a team, not individually?
oh, we have cough actually. So let's just first have a
Ah,
look at.
s- is so
Sorry, what
Soumya,
happened?
I wanted to ask you a question. Sorry, before we
Ah.
start. So, what do you think is the main ingredient for like for a team playing well in a team event? Since you have played in so many Olympiads and so many other team events as well.
So actually, I mean, there's no big formula. I would say it's more of what works, what doesn't. But I think one important factor is all the five players, or in this case, six, and the coach or captain, all of them have to be on the same page regarding your attitude for the tournament. So let's say, and everyone has to have clarity. Matlab, if the coach is suggesting you something,
Right.
it's not necessary that you need to listen to them, but it's the coach. So there has to be clarity as to what is going to be each player's role in the team
Right.
event, and how is the coach going to support the players. Is he going to take decisions on their behalf, or is he going to let the players take these decisions? And these things have to be very clear, because if you don't have clarity in this aspect, it can really ruin your tournament. Even if you are a really good player, you have a good team, everything is in place, but this dynamic needs to work out very well between the players and the coach. And that's why we see, like, in especially in team sports, I feel, that's my opinion at
Mhm.
least, that sometimes some players are picked and some players are not picked, even though those other players might be also very good. But I feel one of the reasons is this, that maybe this team works better as a team, like the team dynamic works out well. So
Right.
that's a very important aspect, I feel, in team tournaments. And
Wow.
also, one more important attitude that every player should have, and usually such a team does very well, is to play for the team when the need arises. Let's say you have an equal position,
Mhm.
completely equal position, but you just keep on playing in case your team is one down, and you take those risks, even though of course you have something personal at stake. Even if you lose, you have a first of all, the suffering of a loss, and the team might even blame you. You have all these thoughts in your head, but you need to be able to take that risk, because anyway, if you make a draw, your team is going to lose. you
Right.
know so
Yeah. Yeah.
to have that attitude, I feel, is very important. And maybe sometimes players don't realize this, because we are always playing individual games and we are playing for ourselves. So to adjust your mindset to the team situation is important. I think so. This is my experience.
No, those were some great pointers. Like the stuff you said, I completely agree. Like team dynamic is extremely important. And yeah, so let's look at some games.
Vijit is in the chat. Oh my God. Oh, right. He's taking a
Oh,
rest. So he's joined us and he's telling
are
me
you?
to change my internet. And he's saying Abhimanyu should be his usual self here. I think, good tip there
Okay.
for Abhijeet.
Thank you. Thanks, Abhijit. I'll try to be my usual self. So, which game should we look at? I'm seeing all very classical positions. So let's see Vidit versus Wojtasek first. And
D4. So it's a top board match.
mhm.
Do you?
And
I also feel like there's some added pressure when you are the most experienced player of the team because you're expected to carry the team, and it's important that you take that. Like how you look at it. Do you look at it as a pressure, or do you look at it as a privilege, or you just forget about it? These.
true. So I think Vidit in general is very good at handling pressure, and also being sort of like a big brother in the team. So
Hmm.
let's see. So this was a Ragozin, right? And this knight
Hmm.
e7 move, which is very interesting in the opening.
Hmm.
And
Bishop d2, b6, and c into d5 taken.
wow.
Do you play this
So
option from either side?
no, I don't. But I think Abhijit, who's in the chat, is sort of an expert in such lines.
Mhm.
So, but okay, in general, what White wants to do is probably develop his bishop to d3.
Yeah.
And okay, like the classical way to play would be play like long, short castles and knight e5. Put some pressure on the queen side, some pressure on the king side. Just try to look for some opportunities, some weaknesses to hold on to.
Okay.
So, but
So,
okay, this is a very classical, what we call like total classical chess.
huh, very solid line, है ना?
Solid line, right.
Are there any ideas with, let's say, long castle?
Yeah, that is also an interesting possibility. Also, I love if White gets some bishop d3, g4 stuff, which is
Huh,
possible in some
like
variations.
just sacrifice that
Yeah,
pawn
just
and
go
take
for
out
it.
the open fight. Huh.
Just go for it.
Also, we have got double white, no? Because Vidit was white in the previous match as well. So it
True.
seems like we've got double white, and it might be in our favor. Um, let's have a look at second board. Nihal is black against Tamir Nabati. Uh, no, sorry.
Let's see.
That was the previous round. I'm sorry. Let me just bring that. Let me just bring Nihal's game quickly. Yep. Nihal is black against Poirun Casper.
Yep.
Wow. So it's a Roy Lopez and Bishop E. Let's look at the opening
So
moves.
it
45
was
knight.
a Spanish. Yeah.
Yeah, Abhimanyu. Please take over.
Yeah, so he played this d3 line, which is
Mm-hmm.
very interesting, and it's a slow way of playing. Generally, White tries to play c3, d4. Those are the main lines, rook e1, c3, d4. But here, White is sort of saying, okay, I'll just wait. And when I'll get the right opportunity, I'll play d4. But till then, I'll just improve my pieces and slowly develop.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay,
So he plays A3, one of the
a3.
many ways to handle this position. We saw in Sethu's game in the previous round, he went for an A4 idea in the same
Right,
structure. So A3 played and short castle, knight C3.
right.
So,
So, sorry, go ahead.
so tell me, Abhimanyu, sometimes we develop the knight to D2 and go to F1 and G3 with the knight after rook E1,
Mhm.
right? And
Yeah.
as you mentioned, C3, D4. But after A3, do White's plans change?
Yeah, so this is another way of playing. So White will try for some knight d5 stuff, or
Mhm.
sometimes play bishop g5, h3, bishop a3. This is a different way of developing. And so here white is basically going after this d5 square, which is sort of important. And what black's problem in such positions is the c6 knight, which is not, it looks like a good place, but it doesn't really have so much potential. And black wants the c pawn to come to c5. So many times black will play like knight a5, bishop a2, c5, and try to grab some space on the queen side. So this is a very positional structure. And I know Nihal loves to play such positions. He's a big fan of Marshall, and this is a very Marshall-esque position, and he just loves these positions in general.
So actually, he does go knight a5 here, but he did not go c5. He instead went bishop e6 first. So, I mean, I'm wonder why include the move knight a5 if you want to go bishop e6. Maybe he doesn't like bishop coming to d5 with the knight on c6, because then you can't take as both the knight and bishop would be attacked, let's say.
True.
Something like this.
Also, you want to expand on the queen side, I guess. Play c5. So knight a5 is a useful move in that sense in general.
Okay. So bishop a2, bishop e6, and b4 was played by white. I've played against Poirot, and he's not a very positional player. That was my impression of him. He likes to play dynamic chess, or also as I mentioned, he's a study composer, so he's more of a creative player. So that's why I like a move like b4. I don't know if it's a typical idea in this position, but it's definitely not one of those let's keep our position together kind of moves. It's very committal.
True. It is sort of typical in these lines, because like I said, white also wants to play some b4, knight d5, maybe a4 in the future. So in that sense, it is a useful move. And yeah, this is I guess this is still in the opening phase. Do you want to look at some other games, Soumya?
Definitely. So we can conclude that Nihal is doing all right here. It's a solid position. Both of them have 40 minutes and both of them are quite comfortable and have their plans, right?
Yep.
So let's go to board 3. We have SL playing for the first time. Abhimanyu's very good friend, or BFF as Paddu referred to.
No, he's my enemy actually. I hate him with a vengeance. So just saying.
Okay then. So SL playing against Bartel Matthews, another strong player from Poland. D4, D5, C4, E6, knight F3, knight F6, knight C3, knight BD7, CD, ED. So Carlsbad structure here.
So Soumya, you played such stuff with both colors, yeah? This Carlsbad structure.
No, actually I played it a little bit with black. I've not played it with white. Maybe I've played it like from another opening, but not this move order as such. I know that black wants, like typical ideas are that black wants to get the knight to e4 and try to make queen play on the king side. And it's also nice to, get this knight here and this knight here, and then it's very solid. While white will try to play for a minority attack. So rook b1 or b4, a4, b5, this break. So these are the two ideas for both the sides. And many times that's why black also plays a5, preventing b4. But that again is a compromise, like is a committal move, right? A5, you are playing on your opponent's territory, because you want to play on the king side as black and go for some attack in the future. It's a very slow game, I feel.
Yeah, it is a very slow game, but apparently the players didn't read the memo, so they just went for it. And so SL, okay, after h6, bishop f4, Bartel played knight h5, going for the dark square bishop. And actually in these structures, another SL played bishop e5, but I just want to say that another very interesting way to play is just play short castles. And it might seem like knight f4, e into f4, this ruins the structure. But this is a very possible position, and white actually has a lot of attacking prospects here on the king side. So
And
this was
how do you
another
go
possible.
ahead? You take the e5 square under control?
Yeah, so let's say you play knight e5, you play rook e1, you play bishop c2, queen d3. You can reroute your knight to g3, knight e2, knight g3. There's so many ideas, and I in general I liked such positions personally with white. So, but okay, SL goes for bishop e5, which is also very interesting. So
Mm-hmm.
the point is, if Bartel takes, which he did, white plays d into e5, and the h5 knight is misplaced. But now white has sort of he doesn't have quite the bind on the center. So the general uh, ideas he has with like b4, b5 stuff, those are gone. Now black is better on the queen side. And if black manages to solve the problem of his knight and consolidates, it is a positionally better position for black. But white has the initiative here, and white needs to strike quickly.
And how is SL's playing style in general? Since you know him so well, is he more of a initiative sort of player, or is he universal?
He's universal. So in general, he likes to play according to position. So he's universal, but he approaches openings in a very classical way. Like he'll play all these main lines and stuff, but he he's I would like to he's very sneaky. He has a very sneaky style. He's an opportunist, and actually I find this quality in a lot of strong Indian players right now, like even all these youngsters like Gukesh, Nihal, Arjun, Raunak, Prag, SL. I mean, they are all extremely opportunistic, and they are all probably universal. They can play any position, but they are very opportunistic. And SL, what he likes to do, he likes to create practical problems, and now he'll try to see if black makes any mistake or if he creates any weaknesses, and then just go after it.
And don't you think this style which you just described is a result of playing a lot of games online? Because online less time and you don't have so much time to prepare. Of course, you have no time to prepare for your opponent. You're just handed over the pairing right there. So you're just like playing whatever position you get and trying to trick your opponent, right? Most of the blitz games work like that. And do you think that is a
Yeah.
big influence in their classical chess as well? Overall
Yeah,
chess.
true. Yeah, true. I feel the approach has changed when it comes to chess. Like before, you were like trying to find the truth, what is the best move in the position, what is the most precise move. But now, what most players try to do is just try to pose very good practical problems for your opponent. So if you see even Magnus, he's playing some recently played in Champions Chess Tour, and he played e4 g6 first move. As a coach, if your student starts playing e4 g6 that often, you'll be like, okay, what is he doing? Play some good, play Sicilian, play e4 e5, play all the solid openings. But even Magnus at that level is trying to cause practical problems in that way, although we all know e4 g6 isn't a great move. So the approach to getting positions in chess has dramatically changed, especially since the pandemic, I feel. And like you said, because of probably online chess, it has changed a lot.
Nice. It's actually interesting that we are a part of this transition period, and we could literally watch the approach change from, as you mentioned, like one style to the other.
True.
And I guess some of them adapted as well, including you.
Okay, don't know about that, but let's look at the games.
So let's have a look at the third board.
Yeah.
No, this is the third board. So Setu is on the fourth board playing against, let me quickly find his game, Yannick Igor. Setu is white here. Sorry, Setu is black here. And his opponent played c4 on the first move, knight f6, knight f3, e6, g3, d5, bishop g2, c6.
Very
Solid
solid.
approach. Huh.
Yeah, very solid stuff from Setu.
Setu actually plays almost everything. He's an opening expert, I would say, right?
Yeah, he has tremendous knowledge when it comes to openings, and he can play a lot of stuff. And I feel this semi-Slav stuff, he has also made a course on semi-Slav recently. So he knows these positions well, that's for sure.
So
Although this is
this structure.
no, I mean the structure. Yeah, exactly. Although this is against this G2 bishop, so it's not exactly semi-Slav, pardon me. But yeah, he's very good at openings in general.
So now actually it's converted to a Catalan. because of the move order, and it's more of a c6 Catalan now, we can say. b6, knight e5, and bishop b7 in, and white got e4. Usually, when white gets e4 in Catalan, it's already an achievement. But it seems, I mean, Setu has allowed it. By the way, it's not even clear if it was a part of his plan, because both of them have consumed a lot of time to get here. They both are down to 37 minutes. E4, one more move has been played, knight a6 and bishop f4, and this is the live position. Do you think it was intentional to allow e4? I think it sort of, White has achieved something that he really wanted, right?
Yeah, like it looks very pleasant for white on first glance, and especially I don't know where this knight on a6 is really headed, because if you're just going to defend from c7, that doesn't seem like such a useful square for the knight. So yeah, I would say that white has actually got a pretty comfortable position out of the opening. What do you think, Soumya?
I also feel so, but I remember seeing some games with this knight b4 idea. I'm just not sure if it works after DC, or how does black continue. But it's not a very sound idea, but maybe for rapid games
Yeah,
is a try,
so what black would like is to play like DC or DE, like exchange one of the pawns and then play c5, because that way he can solve the problem of this b7 bishop. So that is something which black would like, but I don't know, because if you take d into c4, let's say now, knight into c4, c5, always have to be worried about d5. I don't think this would be a great idea for black in general to play like this
d5,
now.
d5,
Yeah,
no?
d5, yeah.
Yeah. So maybe that's why they play knight b4 first, but with the pawn on a2, I don't see how knight b4 is useful, because you always play a3 and kick it away. So I think, yeah, something has gone wrong for black, maybe, or we have, yeah, I feel so, like something has gone wrong. Knight on a6,
Yeah,
not
it
the best.
doesn't seem very like it. I really don't know how Setu is going to continue, which is like that it's not easy to make moves with black, to be honest here. For white, you can make any move, like let's say rook c1, rook e1, I don't know, queen a4. So many ideas are there. But with black, it's not that easy to make moves also. So I would, yeah, probably white has won the opening battle here, but it's a long game.
Definitely.
So
it's too early to make conclusions about the game as such, but yeah. And do you want to have a look at what other players are doing?
Sure.
Example, let's look at Temur's game versus Bruzon Batista. Temur is white.
Wow.
Definitely a fan favorite here in India.
Raja.
Yeah, and we are getting to see him play.
We lost one Raja and we are seeing the other one.
Yes. D4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight c3, bishop b4, g3. So he went for a g3 system. And okay, let's go to the live position maybe. Rook a c1 on the board. And very pleasant for white, no? With the bishop on g2, not allowing black to complete his development comfortably.
That is true, but the thing for white is, where do you strike from here? Like black's position is also for now very solid. Like the bishop on b4 is guarding the dark squares well. The only problem for black is this c8 bishop. So I would assume black would want to play something like rook b8, d6, slowly try to get a playable, like try to solve the problem for the c8 bishop, which is not going to be easy, of course.
Definitely. There we have Temur on the screen. Yeah, so normal position here, nothing special happening. As white, what do we want to do? Do we want to do something like h4, h5?
Actually, I'm thinking if a3 is a possibility for white.
Wow,
Because
just pick up the pawn.
Yeah, so it looks very weird because you can take with queen or bishop, but if you take with queen, I was hoping that there is some rook a1 stuff, but maybe I'm wrong.
So rook a c1, let's say black plays rook b8 and you want to play a3, rook
You're
queen
right.
a3 and you want to play rook a1.
But maybe you have bishop into c3 after that, yeah? And your queen can
Yeah,
run back.
but you got pair of bishops and you got something in return, no? For maybe rook a5.
Yeah, definitely white has very good Like I said, the c8 bishop is just horrible. You can't really, you have to solve the problem quickly.
Yeah, yeah. So there are many possibilities here for both sides. What about some other players whom we really like? Um, Maybe
So
MVL's game.
yeah,
MVL,
let's look at MVL's game.
huh? MVL is playing black against Van Forest, Jordan on top board. By the way, Abhimanyu, Netherlands lost to Spain in the first round.
Oh yeah, I saw, and David Anton won
Hmm.
his game
And all three
from
draws.
Spain.
Um, MVL with his favorite Grunfeld. This is
Grunfeld,
another
yeah,
question. Like everyone, in the chess field recommends to keep playing different setups, different openings, and MVL defying all of their advices and sticking to his same openings, Naidov against the E4 and Grunfeld against D4. 27:36 in rapid, but actually about 27:50 in classical time control. Uh,
yeah.
what do you think? Do you think some an approach like what do you think about an approach like this?
Yeah, it's not easy because having a fixed repertoire means that people will target you with different weapons always. Like, there are so many approaches against Grunfeld as well. But he's very well prepared and he's a world class his player and he's so strong and he's so well prepared in these positions. He has a great feel. One thing which is very good about having a fixed repertoire, I feel, as you feel those positions extremely well. Like
Yeah,
even if you get caught in preparations, you know that you can find your way out of it somehow. So I guess
yeah.
that's his approach, and he's also, to be honest, a great defender. Even if he gets in worse positions, he's so tricky, and he'll find his way out many times, most of the times, in fact.
Definitely, and a point you mentioned about understanding the position well because you have played those kind of positions many times is so true. There is a player from Egypt for the chat, uh, Dr. Amin Bashim. He's the only player from Egypt to have crossed 2700, and he's also an actual like medical doctor. So he doesn't obviously get as much time to prepare chess. At least in his youth, he didn't. While he was also studying for his medical exams. So he against the Sicilian, he only played the King's Indian attack. And he still only plays the King's Indian attack against Sicilian, which is not the most recommended setup. And you think, okay, my opponent is playing King's Indian attack, so what? I'll play whatever. And he reached 2700 by with just
Yeah,
that in his arsenal.
yeah, because he understands those positions with nf3, g3, bishop g2 stuff. He understands them very well. With black, I think his main weapons is King's Indian defense,
Mm-hmm.
which is also, of course, it just some players, they just understand those positions so well. Like the thing about preparation is, till what point can you prepare? You can prepare 25 moves, you can prepare at 30 moves at some high level, but at some point you have to start making moves yourself, and that's when these players, they just know these positions, they can feel them so well, they find their way out somehow. So you have to keep making quality moves, keep pressuring them, and maybe then you can crack them out, but you never know, it's never easy. I find it actually somewhat annoying if my opponent plays just, like the worst thing is if your opponent plays, let's say, just Berlin or something. How do you break that even?
Then you play one d4.
Yeah, exactly.
So h4 on the board. Van Forest, very aggressive player in general. He loves to play for initiative, and he's a
True.
huge opening expert. He's been Carlsen's second for a few years now. He was also his second in the World Championship match. Knight a5, bishop d5, and of course he won Tata Steel famously. That was his breakthrough tournament. Bishop d5, h5.
Very interesting stuff, yeah. H4,
Yeah,
just he went for it. He's a, like, this is theory now, but in general he's very creative with openings. He's not someone who will, go after the well-trodden path. He'll always find some little ideas here and there and try to catch his opponent there. So that's what we are seeing. And knight a5, bishop d5, again, very interesting. So what actually the point of bishop d5 is, if black plays e6, first of all, after, let's say, instead of h5, if black plays e6, first of all, you block your c8 bishop, and then you have some difficulty getting it into a good position. And secondly, all the dark squares around your king will be weak, potentially. So that's why bishop d5 first is a very smart way of countering this knight a5 move.
nice. Very good point there. So you're provoking black to play e6. He does not play it. He plays h5. And you make square for your bishop on a2. So now if he plays e6, we go back bishop a2.
Yep.
Very nice
So,
point there. Subtle
very
idea.
subtle.
Bishop d7, and now white has castled, even though the pawn is on h4, and he has actually given it up after e6. He's ready to just give up the pawn because bishop g5 will run into f6 and then loses either this one or this one.
Maybe he's hoping for some queen d2 stuff, like let's say e6, bishop a2, queen h4. No, but okay, then you'll just go back knight c6, yeah?
I thought we go back queen d8.
Oh yeah, even just queen d8. Yeah,
No,
but this is still compensation, I guess.
yeah, definitely. I mean, you have, you can even play rook c1, I think. Oh no, e4 is hanging, I'm sorry. So
True.
maybe it's concrete and definitely not preparation here, Abhimanyu, because rook c8, Van Forest down to 30 minutes, MVL 35, rook c8 on the board. He did not play e6, and Van Forest played bishop g5 quickly. So maybe e6 was a move that could be played. Both of them did not go for it. And we have this interesting position on the board. We'll come back to it. But so far, a good game by both players.
This will be a fighting game. Like, knowing both of them, this will be a very fighting game. For sure.
Definitely. Let's go back to Vidit's game. What's happening there? So many pieces have been exchanged. Wow.
Wow.
We left it here. We were talking about so many ideas for white with bishop d3 and castle. Bishop d2, b6, cd5 was played, ed5. White played a3, bishop f5, bishop d3, exchanging the light squared bishop. But then black is also very happy to do that because he has a pawn on d5 and he wants to exchange his light squared bishop. Bishop d6, knight b5, c5. So Vidit has a bishop and knight now for two knights, but the bishop is not exactly doing much on d2. So white opens the position for his bishop with dc and bc, so that after bishop c3 he'll be a little active. Short castle and a5, controlling more squares, more dark squares, and restricting white's bishop. Bishop c3, knight e4. And bishop e1 would be a very sad move to make. You don't want to make it. He could have actually played bishop e5 here, but black would simply move his queen and play knight g6 or f6 later.
Yeah, probably something like queen b6, and later you can just kick the bishop at some point.
Yeah, or maybe even rook d8 first, supporting the
yeah,
d5.
maybe even queen e6, queen b6, I don't know. Just you have a possibility of kicking it later on this.
So he played knight d2 instead. He gave up that bishop for the knight, and we have this position on the board. What is your impression, Abhimanyu?
Yeah, seems like black is having a good position, yeah, but I want c4 as white next.
Hmm.
So I would say it's because, okay, if black could play c4 himself, one move, then it would be great thing in
Hmm.
general for him. But
Hmm.
c4 runs into knight into c4, unfortunately.
Hmm.
Very nice looking cheapo there. And so, okay, so white wants to play c4, and after that, I would say that it's pretty even. Like it might seem that black will get this c passer, but it's very difficult to advance it. And okay, it's I feel that this will liquidate into a pretty even position in some time. What do you
I
feel, Soumya?
I agree. I also feel this is sort of heading towards a draw. So decent result for both the teams.
I guess
And
so.
uh,
That time will tell if it's a decent result for both the teams.
yeah, we'll know. We'll know only later. Uh, we can have a look at how Nihal is doing. He's black. Uh,
Uh,
we left the position over here. So more moves have been played. Rook e8 was played. Rook e1, queen d7, c4, expanding on the queen side, knight d4, knight c3, knight into f3, queen f3, c6, covering the d5 square, h3, queen e6, rook e c1, h6, knight e2, bishop f8, knight g3. This is the live position, Abhimanyu.
yep. So what do you think, Soumya? What's going on here? Like, what are your first impressions?
First impression is definitely white has more space. I would love to get d5 in for the same reason
A
that
great
I can
point.
break through in the center and break free, get more space for my bishop. Um, there's also, of course, knight f5 coming in, but what next? But in general, that knight on f5 is a little annoying. So g6 is possible. Uh, just prevent knight f5, but then you again weaken all this. But I
So,
don't see how white can take advantage of it.
so
Uh, I think
yeah,
white's idea here uh, is to play a4 and force black to make a commitment.
interesting. Yeah. So yeah, like you said, I want to play d5 with black. Yeah. So what if
Hmm.
we just go for it now? Maybe you want ed, cd, c5. Is that possible, Soumya?
That's a nice try, definitely, actually, because you
Like
get a
I'm,
passer.
yeah, and I'm restricting your bishop. I get a passer, and but if you can blockade this pawn, then black has a very nice looking center there with d5 and e5 pawn.
So I'll
So
definitely play e4 here. Or, oh no, my engine doesn't like it, the eval path. So maybe like I'm trying to understand why is this position better for white, because he has a passer and I don't have many squares for my bishop, as you said, and maybe my knight also doesn't have any outposts.
yeah, it would be great if my knight would be on c6 instead of f6 here.
Or even d3
Okay, yeah,
or,
true.
or c4.
Exactly. Let's just slowly sneak it there, yeah. When
When
your
no
opponent
one
is
is
not looking.
watching. Yes. Um, so otherwise, yeah, so this is something we don't want to go for as black. We get it. So actually g6 has been played. He did go for g6, preventing white from playing knight f5 and a4. This we have this position on the board.
Soumya can predict the future, yeah. She predicted everything. How are you doing this? So yeah, e4 is, yeah, now like you said, white is asking black, what will you do now? Like, how are you going to counter? Are you going to take on c4? Are you going to move your rook somewhere? What are you going to do?
We can't leave it there, right? Like for example, let's say for the sake of understanding, I play bishop g7 here. This is
Mhm.
a disaster or not yet? Take. Maybe I take.
Probably not, yeah. Like, there's no direct way for white to do anything.
this is also fine. If this is also fine, then white needs to come up with some plan, because problem is if there was a knight on c3, yeah, for sure this is great for let's say knight on c3 and bishop on d7. Let's imagine.
Yeah.
Then white is definitely pressing because um, the knight covers knight is controlling d5 and also attacking d5. He can get rook a5 in. Maybe here rook a5 is a nice move.
Yeah, that's a great idea actually. Like if you take b into f5 and this pass pawn will be nice. But then again, what I find so difficult to judge position sometimes,
Yeah, because there is also an eval bar telling everyone that you're wrong.
Yeah, you think about stuff, you try to use your chess brain and then the bar just demotivates you.
It's okay. It happens to everyone. But I think this is good for white because we have
Yeah,
all these
true.
pieces coming in and black is on the defensive. So, but you know what? Bishop g7 on the board. So Nihal is fine. Nihal is like, okay, show me what you have.
Maybe you won't take on a5 after your idea of rook a5. You can play something like, let's say, rook b8. Not
But
that
it's
easy to
so
break
defensive.
through.
I agree, but it's a little passive, no? Like,
True,
mm,
true.
but for example, if the knight was on e3 here, this one,
Yeah.
would have been even better. On g3, now it's completely restricted.
You can try to reroute it with knight f1, knight e3, but then it's somewhat slow. Then I'll get d5 with black. That is a possibility you always have to look out for. That is actually black's only plan in this position, probably, to play d5 at some point.
Definitely. And here a move like rook c6 preventing d5 is very tempting, but I think black goes back queen d7 and it's not easy to maintain this rook on c6. Rook a6 is awkward. We just play rook fc8 and rook ca6 is like, what are you doing on a6?
So I have to just say that there is a cheapo here with bishop into h6, which you always have to see. After rook c6, let's say rook f8. This I like. This typically, I get this position. I have also always blunder this stuff in blitz games and bishop into h6 and queen f6, very thematic.
Yeah, this is the result of having played g6. You're weakening the f6 and h6 squares, and you always have to look out for all these issues. So it's always like a trade-off. Whenever we make pawn moves, we are weakening some squares, and we have to be then careful about some tactics. Nice tactic there, Abhimanyu. So here as well, we can conclude that Nihal has some problems to solve, but maybe not as many. And what would you evaluate? I would say it's slightly better for white here.
Probably slightly better because white has more ideas and probably has slightly more active pieces. So white is slightly better.
And the third board game is
yes.
Abhimanyu's frenemy.
Please no.
Frenemy SL. Queen c2 we left it at. And he played knight g7. So actually white was threatening bishop g6, fg, queen g6, and taking the knight with a check. So knight g7 played, and now bishop g6 does not work because queen g6 and black plays king f8 and supports the knight, and black is a piece up for 2 pawns. So long castle played, short castle, h4. Oh my god, I love
he's
this.
Going for it.
Yeah, this is a great achievement already, to get something to play for from the opening. And bishop g4, king b1, rook c8. Black wants to play, what is rook c8? Black wants to play c5 at some point, is it? But then this pawn is always vulnerable.
I don't really get rook c8, but actually what would you do with black? That's the problem, because let's say you are moving, yeah? If you play something like knight e6, you always have to look out for bishop g6 again. Like let's say
bishop g6, is it a threat right now?
not now, but you can't move your knight to e6 because bishop g6 will, like, you want to bring that knight to a good square, but knight e6 runs to bishop g6. Maybe queen d7 is a move, but I don't really know what you're achieving by that.
And you're always afraid of some e4 stuff.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm trying to calculate. Like if e4, I guess black would want to play d4 and not open the position, but
And c5.
yeah.
Yeah, I guess so. Queen d7, interesting suggestion actually there. Rook c8, we don't understand as of now. We don't understand why the rook is better on c8 than a8, for example. And if it is not, then why did black just hand over one move to white?
I'm wondering if white can play h5 here.
White.
Yeah, if white can play h5 here with white. Do you think it's a possibility? Like, I just want to give that pawn, yeah? I don't care about it.
So let's eliminate. We can't take knight h5 because of bishop g6. We take queen g6,
yeah.
Knight g7, and queen into g4, and we are the king of the world.
Great success.
Great success there. So h5, knight h5 is impossible. Gh5 looks super ugly. We don't want to make this move, and white is anyway very happy to see this move on the board. So let's just not play Gh5
and
ever.
I guess bishop h5 runs into some, okay, maybe not immediately, but some, let's say rook d g1 is a possibility idea at g4. And you want to trap that bishop.
h5, fantastic idea there by Abhimanyu. Very typical Abhimanyu move as well. These moves you love to play. And do you think it's the kind of move which SL will also spot very quickly?
He'll definitely spot it. But yeah, I guess h5 he'll be trying to see g5. g5 seems like the most solid way for black to continue. You know, not opening any lines, not opening anything around the king. And probably he'll try to evaluate this, but I feel like if you, after h5, g5, you open this f5 square, and I'm just looking if I can bring this c3 knight to f5 somehow. That would be great. Yeah, Soumya?
Beautiful. That would be just like such an achievement, you know. I actually I'm very impressed with how SL has handled the opening so far, and I feel if he can also play h5 in this position, then we can get a very, very good result in this game. That brings me to an important question by Abhijeet Gupta. He says SL and Abhimanyu are BFFs, so maybe Abhimanyu can share some stories about SL with us.
You know, okay, I don't have any stories as such, but you know, I stayed with him for the first time, maybe back in 2012, when I was like 12 years old. He was 14,
really?
and we were playing in World Youth. And the only thing I remember about that World Youth is us fighting every day, like properly fighting, you know, like I was a big WWE fan then, and we used to have this proper wrestling matches before the round. Yeah. And that's the only thing. He was 14, I was 12, so he was slightly stronger than me. But I think I made it up by my aggressiveness, my general aggressiveness. So it used to be, and also it's, I feel SL has the personality. It's very fun and easy to annoy him, which is great. I really like this quality of his. Because if you annoy someone and they just laugh and say that, okay, you know, like nothing, but SL will be like proper mad at you. Huh? What are you doing? What are you doing? He'll start saying something to you for sure.
He played King B1, Rook C8, and then he goes King A1 also. This is like such a dragon idea. Maybe it's just a non-committal move, but why is it like, how is it helpful?
So I don't know. Probably the thing is, you know, this is rapid, yeah. And like I said, you don't need to make the best moves always. You just need to make useful moves and decent moves, and then slowly you can strike. So maybe what SL thought is, okay, I can't play e4 right now. E4, you may be scared of d4 or something, like we discussed. And so let me just improve my king a bit, and okay, let's see what black is doing, and according to that he'll respond.
Makes sense.
But it
Yeah.
is a
You get
very
out of
dynamic position, so I don't
bishop.
know. Sorry.
Sorry, and you also get out of these bishop f5 pins in the future. Just in case it's a like I mean, just imagine, okay, for imagination's sake, uh, we play a move like a6. Sorry, we play e4. You take, bishop e2, c5, knight d5, and for some reason, there's no bishop d3 or rook d3 in, then some move like bishop f5,
Actually, this
especially
also looks very interesting, but I don't know. Can't evaluate it, I feel. But this knight on d5 looks so great, yeah, in this position.
Yeah, you don't want to allow that.
And I'm seeing on the side that Bar also loves this, so that's why I'm more happy.
Bar approves. So yeah, King A1 mysterious move there by SL, but maybe in rapid, we need to make these kind of mysterious moves to just keep the game going.
Ah, you know what he probably thought? He wants to play a move like bishop e2, knight d4. And if bishop e2, you always have to look out for bishop f5 stuff, yeah? And now he wants maybe bishop e2, knight d4 and exchange this bishop. Maybe that's his idea.
Okay.
You know,
Yeah,
the bishop
fair,
is a great piece and defending very well. So maybe he just wants to get rid of it.
fair point, actually. Very fair explanation there. This must be his idea. So King A1, interesting move there by SL, but both of them down to 21 minutes. We can expect this game to go down to the wire and foresee a time pressure situation here. Let's go to Setu's position.
Wow.
What happened here, Abhimanyu?
This looks very dangerous for Setu. Yeah, it's sort of cramped. Plus, I'm afraid of losing this b3 pawn at some point. Actually, it's white to move, yeah? Oh, it's black to move, yeah.
Black played rook a c8. Yeah, because a5 was the threat.
Yeah,
Here
this looks,
a5 was
this
the threat.
doesn't look great.
So rook a c8 supporting c7, but very cramped. This queen might get trapped. No, it won't. We have queen b4 ideas, so we are fine with that.
You know, okay. I look at this position. First of all, I want to play g4 somehow. I want to make that work, but probably considering the situation on the queen side as well, it's much smarter to make some slow move here. But g4 also is a possibility always. You know, slowly just while black is focusing on the queen side, slowly just try to do something on the king side.
So Harut's
हल्का सा झटका.
Also, curious, why didn't black himself play a5? Prevent white from occupying more space.
I guess he just wants to exchange the rooks as quickly as possible, Setu. So he played rook c8. Maybe he wants to play knight a6. Try to exchange some pieces, you know. That probably gives him better defensive chances, he thought.
Okay. So rook a c8 on the board looks better for white, but no clear plan, I guess. Because, for example, here rook c3 is very tempting. You want to go queen d1 and double attack b3, but rook c3 runs into bishop b4, and we are getting into problems with the exchange. And we also don't have a great place to move the queen. Like queen e2 will run into bishop a6. Queen d1 is possible actually.
Queen d1 is an interesting move, yeah. But
with the idea to play rook c3.
I really want to make g4 work, Soumya. But it's not what, you know, generally if you have an advantage, you should find safe ways to continue. But I want to play g4 still. I don't care.
Even here, just here, yeah? You want to play g4 as white.
Because I'm seeing after you take f into g4, knight g4, I have this threat of h6. Okay, can you just show that on the board, please? FG4, knight G4. Let's say black may make some move A6, yeah, just for the sake of it.
Okay, let's play A5 at least.
Yeah, and now I want H6, G6, knight F6, and like create so many problems.
Even bishop G5 actually might be good, but yeah.
Yeah, bishop G5 even. Yeah, true. So a lot of ideas like this. So that's why I want to make this work, but probably it's better to play a move like queen D1, which you suggested, slowly going after this B3 pawn.
Yeah, queen D1, and I think that's the reason he played rook A C8, because rook F1, A5 would run into queen D1, and now we are threatening rook C3 on the next move. But after rook A C8, queen D1, you play knight A6 like you pointed out, and you don't have rook C3.
Right.
So very
So
deep analysis, but we have figured the mystery
yes.
of rook A C8.
Mystery.
And G4, nice suggestion by Abhimanyu. I actually really like your suggestion, and so does the bar. So,
Really?
and also, polished players, they are in general a little towards the creative, initiative kind of chess rather than the solid, let's stay solid kind of chess. So,
True. Yeah, they're very creative, like
extremely creative people. Like
especially if you look at players like Duda, yeah.
Duda. No, all of them are brilliant problem solvers as well. Okay, some yeah, all of them are brilliant problem solvers as well, and composition. They create a lot of studies and compositions. Abhimanyu, do you think we should take some questions from the chat for you, because you are here for the first time? So chat,
Sure.
if you have any questions for Abhimanyu, we would be happy to take them if we get some time in between. Sagar Mothware says, born in Mumbai on 11th of February 2000, Abhimanyu moved to Pune at a young age. Otherwise, he would be a first GM from Mumbai. Is that true? Are you originally
I don't. So yeah, I'm from Mumbai, but I would like to point out that we have a very legendary grandmaster Praveen Tipse. So he's from Mumbai. So still I wouldn't be. But thank you anyway, Sagar.
Yeah, you won't be the first one. You would be the second one, no?
Yeah, but there is Aditya Mittal now. Yeah, right now there is one, but there is Aditya Mittal, who is he's a GM. Just he needs, I don't know. He's very, very close. Yeah, he's very, very close. That's all I know. So he'll be the second GM, I guess, from Mumbai.
Interesting. G4 on the board, Abhimanyu.
Wow.
Okay, this is getting
not great.
Very tough for Setu for sure. G4, fantastic suggestion there by Abhimanyu, and Yannick goes for it. Not looking very good for Setu, but yeah, I mean, rapid chess and also defensive skills are a huge factor in chess. It's not only about what the bar thinks, So we can expect fireworks here. What's happening in Vidit's game? PC3, Rook FD8, Rook FD1 played. We left it here. So again, Black cannot play C4 because Knight C4, take, and Black takes with the Rook in the end. So C4 is still not possible. H6 on the board. And now maybe C4, no need to play C4. We still improve our position. Rook A B1, taking control of the B file. Rook Queen C6. And here also he does not play C4. So he does not like this idea of allowing D4, I guess, Abhimanyu. So that's why he's not going for this.
Perhaps. But D4, can't I play Knight F3? Because I'm seeing if D into E3, like C4, D4, Knight F3, D into E3, I can take Queen into D8 and I'll get 2 rooks for a Queen. Although I don't know the evaluation here, yeah? Because FE3, Queen E4. E4, I guess, yeah, it's better. Right?
Okay. I thought
A4 is also possible.
Yeah, maybe both are fine. Yeah, both are good moves actually.
Yeah, this actually, yeah.
Yeah, like usually when we give 2 rooks for the queen, if our king is safe, then the queen is always a stronger piece unless there's a huge material disadvantage otherwise also. Because and also why the queen has a lot of targets no to attack. That's another problem. Had there been a pawn on g2 instead f2 instead of h2, for example, or b2 instead of c4, this would have been very good for white. But because there are all these pawn islands, the queen is very happy in these kind of positions against two rooks.
Yeah, that's a great point. And also, Soumya, like we were discussing that rook and knight don't go well together. But guess what goes well together? Queen and knight. They work very well together. And that's why this position is great, because queen and knight combining can cause a lot of problems again. Okay, they can go after these pawns. They can try to harass the white king. Generally, they work very well together.
True. Very nicely summed up there. And so white did not go for this. White played h3, quiet move. c4 has been played finally क्योंकि queen हट गई है d5 से. So now there is no knight c4 here. So queen c2, rook a b8, a4. Very, very equalish. We do have the d4 square for our knight, but so does, I mean, black is fine. Like black will get his knight to e5 and then d3.
Yeah. So actually, white will try to bring his knight to d4 and rook to b5, something like this, probably. Yeah.
g6 खेला है black ने. He wants to even play knight f5 for knight f3, I think. Sorry.
Interesting. So, but knight f5, I want to kick it with g4,
but then you'll have some weaknesses, no? I think that was the point.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, weaknesses are bad. Should not make them.
So,
what I was calculating, Soumya? I went into some fairyland, yeah? I was calculating knight f3, knight f5, g4. Can you just show quickly, please?
Okay, I'll show this. Yeah, I'm following.
Yeah, I went into some fairyland, yeah? Knight d6, knight d4, let's say.
Okay.
And if queen c5, I was thinking knight e6, yeah?
Oh.
But I don't think this is good, yeah? I don't know.
Pretty. This is good only, yeah. Why not?
Something like this, but okay. This probably there are like a million other possibilities in between for both sides.
Yeah, but this is gorgeous. Like if you get something like this, you're super happy. And this is nice. These are nice ideas, at least possibilities. Abhijeet Gupta says knight f3, knight f5, queen d2. Interesting. With the idea to play g4 now, maybe?
No, he wants probably rook b8, queen d5.
But
like targeting the d5 pawn.
And we give up the a4 pawn.
This is a great point actually by Abhijeet, because if rook into b1, let's say if black plays queen into a4, which he would want to take, then white has this very strong move e4. And the d5 pawn is pinned. And suddenly black is facing some problems, because let's say if you move your knight, I won't even take the d5 pawn. I will take the h6 pawn and try to checkmate you.
Oh, that's awesome. This is a very nice idea. This is very, very cool, Abhijeet.
Yeah, this was great. Well pointed out by Abhijeet. And yeah, but so g6 was played. Okay, there are no moves after that. Yeah, probably with just calculating all this.
Probably. Now we know what goes on in his head. Whose game do you want to have a look at?
So you want to look at one of the Indian boards or some? Okay, I'm just seeing if there is something spicy going on somewhere. Yeah.
And also, meanwhile, let's just quickly point out कि निहाल के गेम पे almost वही position आई है जो हमने देखी थी. Bishop g7 was played.
Soumya, you're a fortune teller or what now? In Nihal's game, you're basically predicting everything. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess it's I also predict a 0-1 result. Can that also happen?
Let's hope so. Let's see.
So Queen D1 played with the idea to play Rook A1 next. And let's see how Nihal handles this. Did you find any spicy games?
No, I didn't. Okay, I mean, I was trying to, but
What
then I looked
happened
at
in
Nihal's game.
our good old MVL game, which we were very curious about?
Yeah, that is actually heating up. Yeah.
Bishop
So
G5, we left it. Then he played Bishop C6. Knight
yeah.
F4. He took. Now E7 is hanging. So Knight C6, defending E7. Rook C1. We want to take Rook into C6 next and take Knight E7. King H7, getting out of the check. So Rook C6 will be simply met with Rook C6. Rook C4. Queen D7. Rook E1. Rook F8. F3. F6. Bishop E3 and F5 on the board.
Wow. F6 and F5. That is an interesting way to play.
And he
So-
goes back Bishop G5. So this is the live position. He goes back Bishop G5.
Very interesting. Yeah. So the what I'm seeing is this D4 pawn is very weak for white, and basically it's loosely guarded by this D5 knight, but it can be vulnerable very easily. So I'm trying to figure out if I have a way around. Yeah. My problem is if I really want to play E6, but my D8 rook is hanging always. Also he has some knight F6 check ideas after E6.
No, we want to take the D8 rook. We get it for free.
True. But if you take D8 rook, I maybe have E into D5.
Okay. And you have Knight D8. Oh, this
And
is
double attack, yeah.
unfortunate that you have Knight D8 and everything is
Yes.
fine. So we
I
can't.
love it when cheapos prevail, yeah.
So we must play Knight F6 here, but this is beautiful.
Yeah, this is not great for black. This is not good news.
So FE4 on the board. FE4,
So-
FE4, Rook F8.
This is
your
very
D8
cool, yeah.
Rook has been moved to an open file and you're threatening E6 and you're also protecting the F6 square. Very nice.
Yeah, this is very nice. Now I want E6 and I don't really see how white can stop it. Actually, how do you defend the D4 pawn even?
Maybe you can't. Do you simply go back Bishop E3?
Could be somewhat sad, yeah. Since you played
Unfortunate.
Bishop E3, Bishop G5 like twice.
It's unfortunate, but it's a different position because now your rook is not on D8 anymore. So after E6, Knight B4 is possible. And the D4 pawn is not hanging because equal number of defenders.
True. Yeah, it makes sense. So, yeah, I get your point. If E6 now, you'll probably just go back Knight C3 and for now, everything seems well defended. So,
why not Knight B4? Why Knight C3? He has played Bishop E3.
Yeah.
I mean, that was literally the only idea. So E6 and I was thinking that we can go even Knight B4 and try to exchange more pieces. But white always has these long-term weaknesses. All his pawns are on the same. Acha, G2. Otherwise, all of his pawns are on the whole tank, waiting to be eaten up.
Knight B4 looks interesting as well, but I don't know. I don't like it. I'll play something like even Knight A5. But yeah, maybe you're right, yeah. Like let's say E6, Knight B4.
There's a person called Love Do. ऐसा उनका username है.
Okay.
They say, hello Soumya Tai, we met in one Simul at Pune. Hope you remember me when we meet next. Okay, that's nice. I'm glad that we have met and your interest in chess is still going on. Rook c8. Yeah, this is also very good for black. Yeah, it's annoying only. I think with white,
Yeah.
this position is a little annoying to play, but maybe with accurate defense, you can hope to hold it. Black
True.
has the upper hand. Let's have a look at our Indian boys.
I
Let's
want to
go
look at
there.
SL's game. SL's game.
Yes,
It was spicing up and we just left it. Yeah.
yes, we have it. We have it on the board, on the screen, Abhimanyu. King A1, we left it at. Queen C7 was played. Knight E2. Okay, knight E2 was his idea. Yeah? Rook FD8, knight H2,
Wow.
bishop E2, bishop E2. So he has given up the E5 pawn, but knight G4 will,
Knight
I
G4.
mean, you can't take it because of knight G4 and knight H6. So,
I like what has done actually SL now, because I'm seeing he can play H5 and try to just blast everything open on the king side. Yeah. And
yeah,
then we also have knight G4 ideas. F6 is weak. H6 pawn is somewhat loose. It's not that easy for black.
threat is greater than execution. He actually just waited. He exchanged black's defender and he's threatening all of these things, and black has to calculate every move now. So he has taken queen e5. Knight g4 will surely be played. I think queen e4 is what he wants to play. But then can we take on h6? King h7,
Yeah.
d3, queen e6. This is so dangerous.
Yeah. I don't think you want to.
This
Yeah.
is ugly, like knight f7 and even h5, like this position.
Yeah, true. Yeah, that's what he does, but he went king f8 instead of king h7.
Okay. So king h7,
And
because it, is in the file of the rook as well. So queen e4, knight h6, king f8.
now I want to
But
play bishop d3. One, just
huh,
attack your queen.
avoiding the queen exchange. So,
And
where will I go? Queen e6 ही जाना पड़ेगा ना? Queen g2 is
I
too
guess
much.
so. No. Queen g2, I will play rook
It's
g1 and
suicide.
bishop into g6. Yeah, I don't care.
Yeah, it's just suicide, I guess. After, or even rook knight f7 first,
Possible.
and then
It looks
take.
very, very dangerous.
Yeah. So you don't want to play these kind of. Okay, Pa doesn't like it, but bishop d3 can definitely be expected. And SL is also ahead on the clock. He has 16 minutes versus 10.
Yep.
And a huge advantage on the board as well. So
True.
third board.
I love his position.
Yeah, totally. And third board, even in the previous game, we saw Setu had a great position. But we really hope that this time SL manages to convert it and we get the full point here. Bishop d3, queen e6 can be the move.
Now after queen e6, it's very important to be very energetic. I'm thinking g4 or maybe even h5 directly. I don't know, h5, knight into h5. I don't know. Maybe g4 direct first, but g4, I'm always worried that you'll get some c5, c4 quickly. Yeah? I don't want to allow black any counterplay suddenly. So
h5 I really like. Why didn't you like it?
And knight h5, I was not sure how I follow it up actually. Like
g4
g4
now?
just knight f6, let's say. Oh, but no, this bishop g6 is not possible.
Can we take?
Oh yeah, you're ruthless.
It's not my game, but okay. I mean, it's so tempting to go for this.
Oh yeah, this looks crushing. Queen f5 next. Yeah.
Yeah, like no defenders around. I mean, there are defenders who are not able to defend Black's king. Yeah, this is beautiful.
Wow.
Bishop d3, queen e5 on the board instead, not queen e6.
Makes sense. He's playing against this h5 idea probably, but.
So what's the point now? If I play knight h5, knight f7 anyway?
No, I think you'll play g into h5 after h5,
G-H5.
I guess.
Okay, you want to take gh5.
Because, okay, I don't know what
knight
else.
f5.
Yeah,
Not such a great.
this also looks dangerous. Although I have bishop f6, you always have f4. So yeah, this looks dangerous as well.
But maybe this is not that dangerous, like because g4 you have h4 here, I thought.
Yeah, but I like your suggestion of playing knight f. Also here, I don't know. F4 is always in the air. Maybe not now, but the thing is, white's play so quick, and black has not gotten anything done on the queen side. Generally, black should have his pawns on a4 or something. Trying to trouble the white king, but white is just much quicker here.
There's so many possibilities. Just look at what happened. Like, so one of the lines I'm looking at, like, I mean, white just has so many ideas in this position. Are you
Yeah,
able to look? Yeah.
this looks amazing.
Yeah, just totally crushing. I think White is having so much fun in this position and he has so many ideas. Let's see what SL goes for. He's taking his time quickly. Let's have an overview of the other two Indian games. Nihal's board, did we see? Uh,
We didn't, I guess.
we didn't. So Rook A5, पर rook e8, cb, queen d1, and he has played knight d7 here. Nihal down to 7 minutes as opposed to 16. Knight d7, f5 खेलना चाहते हैं क्या निहाल?
Yeah, but I don't know if I'm
Oh, maybe
very
he's
quick here.
controlling c5 and he wants to play d5.
But I don't know.
Can I play rook a1 here? That was something I was thinking about, but you will just take now, because now if I take with the pawn, you are ready to go knight c5.
That could be the point. True. And yeah, knight c5, bishop d4, knight a6, and uh, yeah, stopping this a pawn, dangerous a pawn in that.
And pushing ours now because our rook is perfectly placed on
True.
b8.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That
So
makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. But I'm worried about knight f1 stuff here always. I don't know if it's possible now. It should be a knight f1 and then knight e3, knight d5. If I go after this d5, okay, that's what it does.
knight f1 and knight e3 to knight d5.
Yeah.
Very logical. Can we play d5 here? But you'll anyway, like, we really want to get d5 in, right?
Yeah, we do. But d5, knight e3 anyways.
I was also concerned about this, but okay. Knight e3, I thought of d4, but then you'll anyway play knight d5. It's very annoying, this position. So he has played rook a5, take, and knight c5. Very active. And we want to push b4 now, b4, b3. Something of our own. Not wait for white to show us all his ideas. Now queen a2 is also possible.
Yeah, but I'm not sure. Like, even if I give the d3 pawn and get okay, possible. I don't know. Like knight e3, but b4 is also possible. Yeah, a lot of ideas actually. This is not clear at all.
Maybe bishop b4 is the best move, but then knight a6, as you pointed out, was super nice.
Yeah, but what if you just defend the bishop, like queen d2?
d1?
Because
how do you want to defend it?
I have probably queen d2 because I like my rook on the open file. So.
And bishop f6, knight e3 you have, yeah?
Yeah, but then bishop g5. I was thinking bishop f6, rook c6 even, yeah?
And knight e3. No.
Or just move your queen somewhere.
Okay. And d6 is weak. a5, it's on the board. Bishop b4, knight a6 on the board.
Yeah.
But yeah, we are not yet sure if Nihal has solved all of his problems. Queen d2 looks very natural and tempting. Abhijeet has something to suggest. Knight e3, queen b3 may be his idea. Yeah, after knight f1. That's what he was, like after d5. I'm not sure exactly where, but we missed the.
Yeah, probably that position itself.
Hmm.
So, okay, wait. So Queen D2, we need to solve something, yeah?
Maybe knight e3, queen b3.
But
No,
D6
W
is
on
not
d6.
hanging.
Yeah, d6 is hanging.
No,
Sorry.
we are playing rook C6, I guess, not knight E3 after bishop F6.
Okay. Rook c6, bishop g5.
And no,
Knight.
just move your queen somewhere. Okay, maybe even this, but
Sorry, no. This is not that great. Queen b2 would be the best. Anyway, so knight a6 and white is still thinking. Let's also have a look at how Setu doing on board 4. What's happening here?
yeah,
Queen g4 was played at that point. Pawn to g4, sorry. Bishop b4, queen d1 was as expected. Take queen into g. He didn't. Oh, queen
D4 pawn
g4
is
runs
hanging.
into queen d4. So he first moves his bishop, and then you cannot defend g4 anyway.
Interesting.
Um,
And
Rook f1, rook d1, rook c f8, rook to d3, attacking the b3 pawn, a5, rook into b3, bishop a6. So now white is a pawn up with a good position. Bishop on g3 not doing much except for protecting the f2 pawn.
yeah, true. The thing is, white is better here, which is really apparent, but white, it's very easy to go wrong in such positions also. Although, I feel like there should be a very clean way for white to continue here.
Black is actually threatening to trap white's rook after bishop c4.
But okay, I'll take knight into c4 and then run with my rook
Oh,
to
sorry. Yes. I didn't
e3 or
realize
f3.
after bishop c4, I'm vacating the e3 square. So bishop c4 is not a big threat. Hey,
Probably, okay, anyways, I can play rook c1 one move and
Abhimanyu, something's happened in the SL game. Abhijeet
oh,
thing. So we'll go there quickly. What happened there? Queen e5, h5 was played. G h5, knight f5. All of this happened. Oh yeah, all of this happened. Knight f5,
ah,
knight
yeah.
f5, bishop f5, rook c7, rook h5, bishop f6, bishop g4, queen d6, rook dh1. This is the position on the board.
Oh,
I
Bar doesn't like it, yeah? What SL did?
Abhijit also doesn't like it, and Par as
Yeah.
well.
Actually, it makes sense to just, throw your pawns instead of playing bishop g4, rook h1, because I don't really see what white is threatening after all this, even.
What were we discussing instead? We were discussing h5, gh, and g4, right?
Yeah, we discussed both knight f5 and g4, but.
Mhm.
Mhm.
And Abhijit is saying here knight f7 also looks nice because king f7, bishop
Wow.
g6, and king is complete.
Wow.
Yeah, beautiful suggestion there by Abhijit.
This is amazing.
Fantastic. Yeah.
And I'll just push h5, h6 or something. Yeah. It's not easy to meet.
This is dangerous. F4 actually, even G4, there's so many ideas here. This is beautiful. This was a great position. Let's see what is happening currently in this game. Bishop F6, Bishop G4, Queen D6, Rook D, H1, D4. Yeah.
Bar apparently doesn't like d4. That's all I can see. I don't know why.
Queen E4, no?
Queen e4. You want rook h8 check? Yeah, some idea.
I just want to checkmate.
Interesting.
Actually, that's not. I mean, it's possible, no?
Yeah, it looks very dangerous.
But Rook H8, I don't see the correct continuation. Like, for example, D D3. Is it a move?
I
No.
guess rook h8, bishop h8, rook h8.
Yeah.
And then I'll play queen h7, queen h4, or even maybe direct I can take on d8.
Oh, this is
Yeah,
nice. Yeah. This is very, very cute and typical.
yeah.
Very nice geometry there. Winning all of black's pieces. Okay. So queen e4 is a move. Let's see if SL goes for it. I think queen e4 is so logical. Yes, he goes for it. I mean,
Goes
why
for
not?
it. Very nice.
How do you defend this? I don't see how is black defending.
Okay. Maybe there is king g8 or okay, maybe even king g7. But king g7, I allow rook h7, yeah. So maybe king g8 is better. Although king g8, queen h7, king f8 looks scary, but at least there is nothing for white immediately there.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Vidit, we have Vidit on the screen, is it?
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
that's Vidit on the screen. Let's
Oh,
take
his
a look at
position looks
how
great.
he's doing. Fantastic, his position looks, yeah. What
Yeah,
happened?
this looks.
He got everything that he wanted, I guess.
He played g4 also.
He got that knight d4 idea in, which we were discussing. Like, we left it here, see all these arrows. He played g6,
Yeah.
knight f3, knight f5, g4 he played.
He disregarded your opinion on weaknesses, Soumya. He just makes them.
Then knight d4, queen f6, rook b8, rook b8, rook b1, because there is no way to exploit these weaknesses. All the pieces have been exchanged. So rook
Ah,
and then rook
wow.
b5. So a5 and d5 huge targets for white. h5, queen e2, h into g4, h g4, queen d6, queen f3, again targeting
Yeah.
d5, king g7, queen f4
Queen
also.
f4. By the way, this is very instructive moment, I feel, yeah, this queen f4 move. Because many youngsters will feel like, okay, I'm doubling my pawns and all. But going into the end game, if you remove the queens, now you can see that black's knight is tied to d5 pawn, rook is tied to a5 pawn. Black literally just has to defend. Black has no counterplay, and white can slowly improve, maybe bring his king, and just black can just sit and wait. Black can't really do anything.
So how do you plan to improve this, Abhimanyu?
So yeah,
What
I think
would be your ideal plan here?
Okay. So yeah, I would probably bring my king to e3, let's say. And yeah, actually, I don't know exactly what my plan would be. My plan would be to somehow bring, okay, at some point to play rook b7, play some f5 ideas if possible. So firstly, I think what white should do is just bring his king, then think. I don't want to think now.
Next slide.
Ah.
We have a result in ASL as 1.
Wow,
that happened.
Wow.
At queen e4, he took d3, rook h8, take. He missed that queen h7, queen h4 thing.
He SL played queen h6,
So
yeah, and then he took the e3 pawn even.
Okay. Nice.
Wow.
Wow, brilliant.
So our predictions are coming true, Soumya.
That's fantastic. I'm so happy, and this is a great result. Also, king e5, anyway, there were many wins, but one win is queen e3. You take, and then you take the rook, and then you take the queen. Like one of the wins. I'm sure there were some checkmates as well. So, yeah, this is brilliant. So d4, huge,
Brilliant, yeah.
huge committal decision by black, but very tempting and natural here. And after queen e4, he couldn't really defend it with such less time. King g8 was a very nice suggestion here by Abhimanyu, and maybe that was the only move here, but that's also looks bad actually for black. So anyway, he played de3 and he ran into this brilliant tactic which SL found, and great result.
What did I tell you about him, Soumya? He's an opportunist, he's very sneaky. He'll find his opportunity and then he'll just strike when the moment is right. Yeah.
Nice. Nice, nice, nice. I really like this game and his whole. This is going really good. So we are actually one up in the match now because the other boards are still going on. So India
But
has
things are
one
looking
point
good
lead
in
on you.
general, yeah, Soumya. Like I'm seeing VD is having a great position. Only
Mm-hmm.
problem is, I guess, Setu's game, which is not looking that great.
Hmm. Let's have a
But
look at
wait,
Seth's game. You want
but
to?
wait. So what's going on here actually? Because I'm seeing like if you play Queen G6, I can take Rook into E4, yeah? Can just take that dangerous bishop on E4.
So he took that pawn. Let's just see what happened. Bishop A6,
Mhm.
Queen D1. He went back, which is strange. Bishop C4, take, take, and Rook E3. So he's still a pawn up. Rook D7 and D4 is hanging now, and
Wow.
there is no way to defend it. Or is he could have played Rook E4, but then Bishop C5. So this was
That's a
a
good point.
so Queen D1 is maybe not the best move in that position. And after Queen G4, Rook D4, Bishop E4, Bishop C5. Abhimanyu is saying after Queen G6, you can simply take on
Take,
E4.
take, yeah. Just that bishop is very dangerous, so it's important to eliminate it. And what I'm seeing is, till now, White's king looked safe, but suddenly I'm seeing that all my pieces are pointed towards the White king, and this could easily even go wrong for White.
Yeah, I mean this is a position for three results now.
Yeah, yeah, surely.
Knight D5 is also possible here. Knight D5.
Knight d5, probably Rook f3 or what? Yeah, but yeah, again, I feel like Setu has somehow bounced back. Yeah,
Yeah.
this is great news for the Indian team.
Yeah, very nice turnaround. He actually activated his pieces, even though he gave up that pawn. His pieces got a lot of breathing space. He got to exchange at least one piece, and suddenly his rook got an open file. Bishop got some space. Good decision there. Uh, and yeah, this game is under control for now. Nihal, how's he doing?
Yeah, Nihal. Uh,
B3 पे पहुंच गया pawn.
अरे बाप रे, ये
ये
क्या
तो
हो गया?
बहुत ये तो बहुत ही अच्छी न्यूज है. We can actually expect good results on all four boards.
How to judge this? Yeah, the thing is, what I'm worried about is knight d6 stuff, yeah, and I'll cut off this b3 pawn.
But acha, and you'll play rook b1. But I always have knight c5. No?
Yeah, that's what. So knight c5, so still well defended. Yeah, then it's yeah, rook b1 always runs into queen p5, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is actually then looks
I
pretty
think
good,
it's
yeah.
so uncomfortable to play it as white. I mean, I can see the bar, I can see that it's giving slight plus for white. But just imagine playing this, you're one game down already in the match, and our opponent's pawn is on b3. You don't feel comfortable, yeah?
And your opponent is Nihal, yeah, he's looking at some strange tactics.
Your opponent is Nihal Sarin, very important factor. So, someone in the chat was asking Abhijeet, why are you not commenting? Aryan Raj asks that because Abhijeet is playing in the World Team Championship right now. In this round, he has taken a rest, but he played the first round, and it was a draw, I think. And yeah, we'll be seeing more of him in the forthcoming rounds. And that's your answer, Aryan. Chris Kane says somehow pawn on e5 is blocking your own bishop. That's true, but it's not. Yeah, I mean, obviously, we would love to make a backward move with pawn to e6, but it's not possible.
That will be great, actually. Just troubling this d5 knight, but unfortunately, it's not allowed.
Yeah, fortunately, not allowed yet. So yeah, bishop is blocked, but it's not. I think white is only having some problems to solve. I think black is okay. So knight d5 and
Ooh,
rook c6. We missed this move, yeah?
white is
What
getting
is
funky,
this
yeah.
move?
Yeah.
What
So
happens to
what?
B2? You want to play rook B1.
Queen B1, I guess. Yeah, or
Sorry,
rook B6. Rook B6. I can take and play Queen C6 or something. Queen C6. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, Queen 6 knight E7. What am I even saying? Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
yeah. I think B2 he wants to play Queen B1 only. Rook C6 very funky.
yeah,
I
yeah.
mean,
It's very
I
interesting
guess,
actually, but
yeah, good. Both the players are playing well. I mean, it's a nice game to watch.
yeah, I
Uh,
don't know actually. This is very difficult to predict. Yeah, what will happen on this board?
hmm,
Yeah, Soumya, like you
hmm,
said, on one hand we have Nihal, who is like the master trickster, and on the other hand you have Pyron, who is like a world solving, specialist. So he's also very good at tactics. We know that.
uh,
So it's very
uh,
interesting.
definitely. And for example, even like right now it's not working, but let's say we go B2, Queen B1, and just for imagination's sake, we play King H7, Rook A4. Queen A4 is also an idea, even though right now it doesn't work because there are all these ideas with knight coming back to C3 and supporting the queen on B1. But this idea also always exists, of Queen A4 and Queen A1. So many nice tricks in the position. विदित के गेम पे फोकस करें क्या, क्योंकि ये गेम
Yeah.
शायद अभी खत्म भी हो सकती है.
Soumya, I'm seeing Nihal's scam. And General Nihal, he just roams around, he's trolling always. Even when he's thinking he's looking somewhere, I don't know where he is, like his mind is in some different dimension. But when he's looking at the board, things are very serious. When Nihal is looking at the board and thinking, it's gotten really serious.
Also less time, no? 2 minutes only, I think.
Yeah. But he's used to it. Yeah, he's just playing bullet all the time.
In
It's too much
B7.
time for him.
But he plays online chess, na? Not over the board bullet. So online, so you can pre-move.
Yeah, but okay, I have played a lot of 10 second plus 1 second with him, and let me just say it's not a very pleasant experience.
A lot of these youngsters love to play 10+1. Even Divya, Vantika, Vaishali, like even in the girls, all the post 2000 generation, Gen Z, as we call them, they love to play this 10+1 time control.
Yeah, just pure adrenaline. Pure adrenaline. Just tam, tam, tam. Bing, bang, boom, like just very quick.
Do
You
you
don't
also
even
play?
understand what's going. Yeah, I play. I like to think I play well, but last year I played a lot with Arjun and Nihal, and also with S L. And since then I'm like staying away from it.
But do you think there is any use of playing that time control?
I would say your instincts, when you play a lot of bullet, like I've noticed this, it really develops your instincts and you spot tactics amazingly quickly. So you tend to even blunder less in general if you play a lot of bullets. So there is that thing. Some might say it makes you impulsive, but I feel if you can control that, bullet is also a good way to improve your chess. Playing lots of bullet.
I feel I don't know if this is applicable to everyone, but in general, like for me, 3 minutes is also very less time. Okay, so when I play bullet, however that bullet goes doesn't matter, but at least I play faster in the 3 minutes after I play the bullet, because yeah, so it's like a pre 3 minute game ritual, that to play a few bullet games and then play the 3 minute games. Then you feel like, oh wow, I have so much time in the world.
It's all about perspective.
It's all about perspective.
So okay, so I'm seeing Setu's game is become very interesting. Yeah.
I
don't know.
with its decision here to go King D2 and not King D4, very deep he doesn't keep the king on d4 because he doesn't want to run into this check with rook e4. He goes king d2, and I think
Wow. Yeah, probably was worried about knight b6 and some checks, some spite checks from white. So just didn't want to allow it.
So this is going to be anyway king knight b6 on the board. So rook
But
a7.
now I guess you have rook a7. Yeah, exactly. So this is very interesting point, because if you imagine if your king is on d4, you always have to worry about rook e4 check. But now you can just play rook a7 without any worry, because rook e4 always runs into knight d6 check.
So here you are threatening knight c7, and that's why you can't take knight a4, but you have rook e4 check as
exactly.
And then you take knight a4 with a check, king d5,
and then rook f4 even.
Yeah. And so this is totally fine for black. That's why he went king d2 and not king d4, and knight b6 was met with rook a7, and now you're again threatening knight c7. So you have to move the rook. You can't move it to e4 because knight d6, or rook f6 might be the move.
So
and even king e3 now. No, king e3. Okay.
Maybe you can play rook e6, king f3, something like this.
No, sorry, king e3. I thought he's going to take, no? Knight a4.
Oh yeah. Okay, but even this knight c7, knight d5, I'm probably better, but like knight c7. Actually, am I winning an exchange? Knight c7, you go.
He's taken rook a5, Abhimanyu. Rook f6, rook a5 on the board, rook f4. Rook a6 now, maybe.
Interesting. So,
yeah, rook a6 on the board. We have it. So he's going to just push the pawn.
He is calculating everything.
Quite fast. They're playing quite fast. Knight c8. Bar loves with its position, and I also really like it, even though I think no, I think, you know what, we need to protect the f2 pawn. We need to protect the f2 pawn, right?
So king e3.
King e3, I thought rook e4.
Yeah, exactly.
And then king f3.
Possible.
You know?
But I feel that Vidit played knight c7. This looks much better.
Okay, so he's taken on d5. I mean, he'll take on d5 after king d7.
Yeah, then you can't take on g4.
Yeah,
so
king
you have
d7
to take on
the
f4.
board, knight d5, and knight rook g4 is not possible because of knight f6 fork. So rook f6 will be played.
But now king e3, and yeah, this looks good for white. Yeah,
king e3 on the board. We can see the camera, live camera as well. And maybe rook a2 now.
I want to go king d4 and just go after the c4 pawn.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a matter of technique, as they say. King 4.
Technique.
King d4, knight d6. And
Soumya.
Yeah.
Can we quickly go to Setu's game?
Yeah, definitely. I think we can.
I think he's just losing now, actually.
What happened? Where?
Yeah, this is the position. Maybe it's not losing, but doesn't look so easy for black.
He's exchanged down.
Yeah, just bishop e3 maybe, or something like this. Yeah, bishop e3, and if you exchange this bishop, then this a5 pawn will fall, and the rook is much, much stronger than knight, so it will be game over.
But then bishop d8 you don't take.
Yeah. Yeah, you can probably play, but this doesn't look great for Setu now.
No, definitely Setu is on the defensive. He did not play. He played king g2, Abhimanyu. He played king g2, king e7, bishop a5.
Oh. Bishop a5, rook c5.
The king g2 prevented knight f3 check, basically. And now rook c5. Yeah, this looks lost.
Yeah.
Because of the a pass, sir. Otherwise, If the pawn was on, yeah, g6, yeah, this is losing. Yeah, he has resigned. Setu has resigned. Of course, very upsetting result there for him. And but we can hope for him to come back very strongly.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah, he will come back for sure. I'm sure. I mean, he has very good, what to say, like his mentality, like I said, is very good. So he'll bounce back surely.
Yeah, in general also, his attitude is really good. Like we were discussing about some players withdrawing after a really bad tournament, things like this. And he's like, but you can always come back. I mean, so what? He's very
That is
positive and like full of fight within himself.
absolutely. Like I've never seen him withdrawing from an event ever. Like he just try to come back every
Mhm.
time.
Yeah, so he's got this good attitude, and I'm sure it will help him come back in this event as well. By the way, this game has progressed a lot, and both the players down to 30 seconds. Nihal versus Poirun. Okay,
But
completely
this,
equal position.
yeah, this is nothing now.
Okay.
So
B3 pawn chala gaya kya? Okay, wait. I
मर
just want
गया
to
वो.
see rook c6. How did he handle? I just want to see that. Knight c5, bishop b4. Okay, and this game went into a completely different direction suddenly. Queen b5, queen a1, knight a4.
We were hoping for something spicy, but it just liquidated.
Hey, what is this? Okay, this is just equal, and don't just ignore the bar, guys. It's not understanding that this is equal. Sorry about that. So with this
So Vidit
board
is
is the
the
only board where we can have a good we can have a win, and which can turn the match in our favor. King e3, rook g2, a5. He does not play king f3 because
wow.
maybe rook d2. So
Yeah, the
a5,
king is a5 and okay.
and anyway you can't take g4 because knight f6 is always uh, the threat. So g5 played, and how do you convert
I
this?
want to move my rook, but I don't know where.
Is it down to 20 seconds? 19.
Moves to
He's played.
h6.
He's played rook h6. Um,
This is not an easy position at all in this situation with the knight jumping around.
but what does black? Black doesn't have many moves. See, black's
And
king can't come ahead. Actually, can you see the king cannot come ahead at all? Like king can't move. It has to only go to the back rank. All of
yeah, so
these squares are
now knight b4, I guess Vidit has to play. And yeah, now actually you can go king d4, king c5 next, which is good. Great, actually. Yeah. So he plays rook
knight
a5.
before k5, king d4 on the board. King d4 on the board. Uh,
This is so nerve-wracking, by the way, Soumya.
king d4. I'm just seeing the king e6. No, what happened there? f5 he played.
Yeah, rook h7, king e6. That's on the board.
Gf5, king f5. This is the position on the board.
He took with the king.
So what is black's hope is that he's going to give up the knight for the pawn at some point and hope that other pawns have been exchanged. So rook h6 on the board. So like black's big hope is that these two pawns disappear from the board somehow, and black can give up this knight for this pawn and play make a draw. But where are these two pawns going to go? Like white's c3 pawn is not going anywhere. If you move the knight, I simply take king c4.
Yeah, I feel black is going to start pushing at some point g4 and try to create counterplay of his own.
But now the d6 knight is hanging, and
Yeah, so
white is going to take c4. next move. So
I
knight
want to
f7.
play knight f7 or e4. I don't know.
Knight f7 attacking the rook and then g4, g3, I
Ah,
believe.
actually, yeah. Knight f7. Maybe even knight c6 is a move. It's a funny looking move.
What? What? I don't understand. Oh, that's amazing. Rook a6 runs into knight e7 check, and then you take rook a6. No, he has played knight e8. He has played knight.
But now knight c6, yeah, and a7. Now, but something like this, yeah.
Now knight c6 is possible. With it, he's taking a think right now. No, he's going to move the rook to b6 maybe.
But then knight c7 always, yeah.
Rook c6 has been played.
This looks slow
g4
unless
on the board.
rook c5 check. Rook c5 check. Is it working?
Knight
I don't
d5.
know. This is too quick, yeah, for us, Soumya. Before we can comment, they are making two moves.
Knight d5 and g3. Knight g3. You don't have one more move. Black is going to take rook d5 and play g2. So g3 has been played.
Yeah.
Knight e3 is forced. Yeah, knight e3 on the board. Knight e3
King
on the board
f4.
because black was threatening rook d5, king d5, g2. So king has to move. King f6,
King
rook
f4.
f6 is not possible. Knight covers it. So where does he go with the king? King f4 on the board. King f4
I
on the
feel
board.
Vidit has okay. This is not that easy anymore. Yeah.
This is nerve-wracking. Whether it's easy or not, I don't know. Rook e6,
Yeah.
rook e6, and you're threatening the knight.
Knight c7.
G2 is still not possible. Knight c7, rook f6 is the point.
But king g5.
King g5. Nihal's game has ended in a draw. We have a result there. Rook f6. Is this game heading towards a draw, or do we have something to play for? King g5. King g5 on the board. And rook f3.
Oh. So he's just taking this g3 pawn and he'll try this pawn up position, but it should be a draw.
This should be a draw, but he's going to try. We know that. Rook a6.
Surely.
Rook e3. It's
g3 can even
amazing
play
how
king
these
f4.
rapid games turn around, Abhimanyu. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Like, the evaluation and completely changes because of the time situation.
Actually, I'm not even sure you are getting the c4 pawn, yeah? That easily, like rook g4, king f3.
He'll keep attacking us. Yes, that's true. And he's actually threatening knight b5 here. So our knight is going to be lost or what?
Okay, you can take the c4 pawn.
I mean,
Okay,
it's
but
always
knight
a draw.
e6 check. Knight e6 check.
So rook g1 on the board, Abhimanyu. Rook g1 and now knight e6. King into c4 is expected. No, knight b5.
But he played knight b5 and he just exchanged.
This is the draw now, and
oh my god.
With this we have still drawn the match.
Yeah, the match is drawn. I really don't know what's going on.
They're still playing. They're still playing. Sorry. Knight c3, king d3, rook c6. The game is still going on. Rook c8, rook f1, maybe.
But I don't think it. Okay, this is just completely equal now.
Knight c4. Knight d5. Rook e4, king g3.
I guess they will agree for a draw now.
They'll definitely agree for a draw, but they're playing, so knight d6.
Both of them want their team to win, yeah?
Both of them not offering a draw. Knight d6, knight f4. king d4 probably.
I guess he'll take. Yeah.
I'll just look at it. So that's it. We have a draw. We have a draw in this game, and with that, we have made a draw in the match as well. 2-2. India versus Poland, and in the first round as well, it was a draw against Israel. So we have drawn both the matches today. Obviously, we want to win every match, but I think draw is also a decent result considering that it's a qualifier going on and the aim is to qualify for the quarters. So first four teams will qualify out of six in each group to the quarterfinals. And definitely the main thing is to simply keep having positive scores and build ourselves, keep the team together and go forward to the
Totally,
qualifiers.
totally. I guess, yeah, I know that this was probably not the ideal result for our team, but in team tournaments, it's essential to have a positive mindset, not to get too distraught with the result. And honestly, looking at the table, it's not such a bad result. Just that we need a way, like the team needs a way to bounce back somehow tomorrow, and like sometimes one positive result will put the team back on tracks. So let's hope that happens tomorrow.
Definitely. And can we get the team pairings on the screen, if it's possible? Because the pairings for all the rounds are available. So basically, let me just say it out loud. India will play Azerbaijan in the first game of the match tomorrow. And in the second game, India plays against Uzbekistan. And finally, on the last day of the qualifiers, round 5, India plays against USA. So definitely strong matches lined up there, but one 2-2 result is still a positive result, and we have a lot of positives to take. The positives from today's matches.
I think the games were really fighting, and everyone looked like they were really fighting very hard. Like I didn't see any single game where there was like, okay, like like there was no fight. We are just playing. So everyone certainly seemed. Yeah, there were some individual games which were great, but overall, I would like to think that tomorrow is a very important day. Not only uh, because okay, it's important to boost the morale of the team at this point. So in that sense, tomorrow is an essential day, because tomorrow, okay, you need to come in top 4 somehow. That's the only target. There is no other target. And yeah, let's hope it happens. We see some good results tomorrow.
Yeah, we definitely hope that things will go more in our favor tomorrow. Do join us chat tomorrow as well. 6:15 p.m. is the time we start the broadcast, and we have 2 matches lined up tomorrow. Thank you so much, chat, for joining us today. We had a really good time, and do like the stream if you haven't liked it yet, so that it reaches more and more people, and more people can watch our teams play in the World Team Championship. See you guys tomorrow. Abhimanyu, it was a pleasure commentating with you.
Yes,
How
Soumya,
was
it
your
was great
experience?
commentating with you. It was great commentating with you and Harshit. And guys, please like, share, and subscribe, because we care about you. That's the main thing. We care about you. So please like, share, and subscribe. And we want to keep bringing more good content for you. And yeah, it was a pleasure commentating with you, Soumya. And yeah, I had a great time. And let's just hope that we'll get better results tomorrow.
Definitely, Abhimanyu. On that positive note, good night, everyone. Do join us tomorrow. Bye bye.
Good night, guys. Bye bye.